Damn. Come on, man. What's good? What's good? What's good? I actually think this is a perfect title for a video. I think this is a perfect title for a video because people on YouTube, you see a lot of videos about high interest or medium interest or low interest. But it really doesn't matter how interested somebody is in you, right? A lot of life doesn't even have anything to do with that uh, a lot of time, right? Like, I'm not going to stop making YouTube videos because of somebody's interest, or I'm not going to stop being who I am because somebody's not interested. So a lot of life don't have nothing to do with whether somebody's interested or not in you, right? That's a very, let's put it like this, almost validation seeking frame that you take. It's like, where am I on this woman's scale? Am I highly interested? Is she highly interested, medium interested, low interested, or no interest? And when you try to gauge that, it naturally makes you the seeker or the, I don't know how to explain it. But we're going to talk about confidence a little bit because I feel like that's a little bit different. Now, there's nothing wrong with saying like like there's nothing wrong with noticing like she's not really interested. There's nothing wrong with noticing this girl is climbing all over me, and there's nothing wrong with noticing, damn, I don't know where this woman is. I don't know, because a lot of women gonna fall into that territory. A lot of women have boyfriends. A lot of women have lives. A lot of women have jobs. A lot of women uh, have lives, and I think that's the most important part of this video already that we're about to have. You know what I'm saying? Like the simple acknowledgement that we're all humans on a globe that is spinning, and everybody has their own path, their own journey, their own life. I think that's coming in with respect. I think that's very respectful minded because then you're not expecting, right, any type of uh respect, love, attention, sex. You're not expecting anybody to clap for you. Oh, you're so sexy, you're so cute. I like me some of him. I like me some GL Dub. You don't see when you move for approves, you always lose. When you move for the approve, you lose. because there's no integrity in that, in my opinion. And there's never no guarantee that people are going to clap for you. People are going to like your videos. People are going to like your haircut. People are going to, that's something that used to be humilitizing back when you get on the school bus in like high school. You get a new haircut or some new shoes and you get on the bus and you knew like, I wonder if people going to like these shits. Like, you feel what I'm saying? I know I like them, but I wonder if people going to fuck with these shits, right? But there was never no guarantee. You feel what I'm saying? So what I'm trying to say is, in them years, it's very humilitizing, like, because people might jones you, people might rank on you, and you really got on some fresh shoes. People still want you to think that you're not good enough to a degree, or that you're not doing something great. That says a lot about humanity. That says a lot about humanity in general. It says a lot about the nature of humans in general. And then we got a lot of people who make like a man versus woman thing going on out here, which is bullshit. Because a man can't really be against I mean, a woman can't be against a man. You got to believe in that for it to come true. As a man, you have to literally put energy into that because it's not normal. And it's so easy to become codependent on the claps, the opinions, that the it's like a game of charades. You know, it's too easy. So why not train your integrity? Like, why not train yourself to be like, man, listen, man, I don't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? You got to, bro. You got to train yourself to not be um eroded with approval. That's like eroding, because say people do approve. Okay, well now I'm riding on a coattail and there's zero leadership involved. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's one thing people forget. If this person approves me, I'm not the leader, they're the leader. So in the midst of a lot of people trying to get women, they're always forgetting about the fact that the woman is leading them in that behavior. What's good, Goblin? How you feeling, bro? So they forget that leadership is a thing. In the midst of saying, "Oh, she's," it's how many women are on the earth. Let me chat GPT this shit. I love chat GPT because it's like sometimes we got to get scientific with this shit, so people can really see the shit that I'm saying for real, for real. How many women are in America? Are in America. We're not even gonna say the earth. There are about 170 to 172 million women, female individuals living in the United States. This is nearly half of the total US population. Nearly half of the US total population, which is around 34.7 million people. Hey man, I stopped approaching because I'm giving the girl the power to reject me. I stopped. Nah, listen, that's not what I'm saying, bro. You're giving them power because you stopped. At the beginning of this year, I made a video saying that I'm going to do that. And I think that's what you might have watched that video. I still approach women, bro. I still approach women. Um, it's not about what you do, it's about where and how you do. Okay. It's not about what you do. And that's what the video was, a random after I left Trader Joe's, after I left the grocery store. It was a random, let me turn my camera on and preach about my experiences. So that video, I didn't say I deleted it. It was a nice video, but because I still some of that stuff in that video is still real. So what from that video is still real. What's from that video that's still real is you don't have to approach every woman you see. That's still real because I still live by that. Like since 2026 started, I don't approach every woman I see. I'd be at the gym and I'd be like, "Yo, she's attractive. She's attractive. Them two women right there are attractive." But what I found is like, if that's all you're doing, like, you got to have some hobbies, activities, and events, like going to the gym, working out. Um, Obviously, filming videos, doing YouTube is something I appreciate more than women. Actually, obviously, this is the weird thing. I don't like. I think human beings are put on this planet to reproduce. You feel what I'm saying? But putting women over your stuff in your life will actually do the opposite. You know what I'm saying? It will actually do the opposite of what you're trying to do. So I see what you're saying when you say you're giving them the power to reject you, which is partially true. I would say 45% true or 50, maybe 50% true. But my question to you would be, why does that bother you? You know what I'm saying? Why does it bother you that they have power or perceive power? Why does that bother you so much? You must be in high school, bro, or college. See, when you live a life and you only do go to school and go right back home, then you're gonna overly care. Shout out to whoever liked the video. You're gonna overly care about that shit. Okay, you in college. So what? Do you play sports? Cause see, we're about to break this down because I know what it feel like. Well, in high school, I didn't go to college, but I went to Job Corps. It was kind of like college. It wasn't the same, but it was kind of similar. Long story short, it's millions of people in every state. Every state has a couple million people in it, a few million. But see, when you're in college, you in a bubble. Just a trick of society people don't want to look at. We grew up in a society that taught us to have friends, to go to school, and to know our peers. But in reality, your peers are not really going to help you ascend at all. And so you can't think in terms of your neighborhood and you can't think in terms of your college or your state. You got to think worldwide. If you don't think worldwide, then you're not going to really be attractive because people box people in naturally, if that makes sense. So people box people in without knowing they doing it. So like if you have a niece or a nephew, you probably see them one way. Your mom and your dad probably see you one way. And to change the way they see you is like trying to throw a rock at the moon and hit the moon. It just won't happen. Oh, you play basketball in college. So you think you know these women. That's what I'm saying. That's when you think you know them because they cheerlead. you see them in school and you think you know them, right? Let's break that myth, because you don't know them, like I was just saying, and they don't know you. Now here's the thing, they think they know you. Here's where people go wrong with women, right? When I went to Job Corps, think about it, I was in a new state. So these women were just meeting me for the first time. The potential friends there, they didn't really know me. And when I first got there, and I was just talking to somebody about this yesterday, I was very, very silent. You know what I'm saying? I don't know how I was super socially accepted and super like popular at the same time, but I think it's because I have an internal confidence. The neighborhood I come from, the school I come from, like you said, playing sports and shit, people knew me and they always thought I was cool for some fucking reason. Even growing up, like even growing up, but I was always quiet, right? But here's my point. Me being quiet is kind of like a blessing because it don't make people think they know me. So, but like I'm quiet, but I also talk. Like, and I don't know how that is, but I'm quiet, but I also talk. And I'm under the belief a lot of people are just like me. You understand what I'm saying? Because like the average one in one in four, 1 in 8 people in America are like socially, like they think that they're in their head, if that makes sense. Like I would say 1 in 4 people per group. There's one person who thinks like, damn, like I think I'm that nigga, but I don't know if everybody else agree with that. And that's kind of like weird, but it's just like a lot of people, like if you listen to J. Cole, Kendrick Lamar, like they're conscious rappers. Like 1 in 8 person is conscious or self-conscious, like Kanye said. Self-conscious about like you're in college, but what are you taking up in college? You don't even you probably not even know what you're taking up. Or you like that girl, but you don't really like her. You just think she's cute. Or you like them shoes or that hoodie, but you don't know what it stands for. It could be a racist hoodie you got on, but you don't know that. Because what I'm trying to say is human beings ain't shit but a body wrapped in a bunch of information. And it's the information that makes us beautiful, not the wrapping. But the wrapping is also attractive, but it's like a decoy. But like the internal shit is really the thing, because how can you attract a woman without talking to her? Can somebody answer that? Yeah, basketball. Yeah, I'm listening. Hi, how are you doing? What's up, Steph? Seth. What's good, Seth? How you feeling? Seth Johnson, how you feeling? So, Goblin, even though I didn't holler at the woman in Trader Joe's, she seemed like she was attracted to me. So she started talking to me, and I'm talking about the cash register lady. And she started talking to me. And I take it, when you're more disinterested, it brings out more like, do he not see me? Am I not beautiful to him? Like, you know what I'm saying? It bring out more of that. And like I said, all of that's kind of like, to me, like, it's like, it's bullshit, because it's like, it's just like people in general put you through like tests or layers of like bullshit. So I see why guys would be like, man, listen, I'm not going to really keep chasing, because it's just going to be a bunch of bullshit. But the trick with that is you don't want to go totally, you don't want to let other people be that are just living like like you don't want to let the way other people act make you not a hunter, because then just questionable if you was ever really a hunter in the first. Like women will, what I'm trying to tell you is people will ruin you, and then they'll say, oh, he wasn't really like that anyway, because they killed the flame, they killed the fire in you. You know what I'm saying? Like You go to college, you probably already think people know you. Well, nobody knows nobody. Like, even your own family members don't know you. And they only know they don't know you when you do some shit they didn't think you could do. And my point that I'm trying to make is most people are not approaching women because they think that woman already knows them. Like, yo, she already count me out. She's gonna say no. My question is, how do you know she's gonna say no? That's what I'm trying to say. That's my next question for you, Slayer. How do you know she's gonna say no? Because that's a lot of people's doubts in life. Like, yeah, I'm not gonna go outside today because I feel like it's gonna snow. I feel like it's gonna. You always doubting that it's gonna be just a good whatchamacallit. And if you always think it's not gonna be just average or okay or good, then you stop approaching fully. I don't want nobody to stop approaching fully. Because trust me, I am not stopping approaching fully. I've never stopped fully. At the beginning of the year, I just realized like I had to have a realization of like, you don't gotta approach 15 women a day every day. You know what I'm saying? Now, somebody who's trying to like get their quote unquote feet wet, they have to do that. Because they have to learn how to baptize themselves in this what we call game. But once you're baptized, you know you're not scared. And when you know you're not scared, you can fall back. Falling back is different than saying I'm not going to do it at all. Let me see. So my whole point is this is why I say indirect will always beat direct. And the simple truth is a simple truth because guys will go too direct too frequently, and then they'll be like, yo, I don't want to talk to women. It's because women don't like to be used for sex. All of this boils down to that. Because I've been used for sex. And when you go direct, they assume even more that that's what you just want. Because they never met a friend in their life that opened up a conversation like that. Excuse me, you know, you're beautiful, whatever, whatever. Blah, blah, blah. No matter how direct it is, they never met a friend that way. So they're automatically putting you in a box. Like I said, people naturally put people in boxes because it makes their nervous system feel safe. If I'm crossing paths with a woman I might not see again, I'm cold approaching her. See, it's not about not cold approaching, it's about choosing your battles wisely. It's about foresight. And that's what a lot of people don't talk about, foresight. That's literally what game really is. Like, you can't beat a person with foresight. That's why people, grandparents and older people are always usually right in the end because they've been living longer. It's all experience. Experience, experience, experience. If I've been living longer than you might be right about a lot of stuff, but there are certain things that you just have not yet to see. You know what I'm saying? You have not, you can't see it. So my advice to men is to go approach as many women as they want. If you're in college though, obviously it does change things because if I'm in college, I'm gonna tell y'all what I'm gonna do. I'm gonna do my work. I'm gonna eat the lunch and shit like that, whatever the fuck is there. I don't know if y'all even eat lunch in college, but I'm gonna do my life, like the shit that is in front of me to do. I'm gonna mind my business. I'm gonna play video games with my friends, 2K or whatever the case. I'm gonna enjoy my own reality. I'm gonna enjoy it. What does it mean to enjoy it? What does it mean to enjoy? Enjoy my own life. It's to understand that these women ain't shit. Because you can't do both. You know what I'm saying? You can't do both. You can't be an ass kisser and also be really happy at the same. Those two things don't exist. Right, when I'm in the gym, or like even the video I dropped yesterday doing push-ups, like I'm not thinking about no women. I'm thinking about my body. And when I'm thinking about my body, that's one item. I'm thinking about my body, and I'm not thinking about nothing outside of that right now. I'm present. I'm here with this one thing. If I'm playing 2K, I'm not thinking about women. I'm present. I'm here. You know what I'm saying? If I'm doing yoga, if I'm doing playing chess. Now chess a little different because sometimes you might correlate that with talking a conversation. You might if you got some game, you might use that as a correlation. It's okay to correlate some of your hobbies with this. This could be this could be used tactically in a conversation, but for the most part, see, even talking to women is a hobby though for some people, and I think that's where the difference is. Like that's the difference. If it's not something, if you don't make it fun, then it's gonna be easy to quit. If you don't make it fun, it's easy to quit. So I would also, if I'm in college, I would get a wingman or a friend, or I would use my roommate. Hopefully, your roommate doesn't have a girlfriend, but if he does, you would ask him, do she got a friend? Maybe. I don't really like to do that, but maybe. But other than that, bro, if you're in college, you could leave campus and you could go to Target and Walmart. You could find women on campus, and I always think like this too, like low key, like always take this mind frame, right? This is what makes me able to never quit, right? Like, first of all, like I feel like my brain is different than other people because, like I tell you, I always been sought after to a degree from a certain age to a degree. So I know what it feel like for women to just be like seeing you as the prize. That was the first thing. A lot of people don't know that. Like they might watch my videos and they just don't know. But so I got years of that. And then I got the only YouTube dating coaches I watch are people who think that way. Like they don't pedestalize women. They pedestalize themselves. So that make it even more. I've been trained a little bit in that way to like that, like it fits my perspective. And then on top of that, I just have a little bit of integrity that screams, you're more of a man than a lot of other guys, and you should just accept that about yourself because obviously there's a gradient of men on the planet. There's weak men, there's men that don't even think they're men, and then there's weak men, and then there's a gradient, and then there's like, dictators and like whatever. There's a every man can level up or degenerate or whatever the case. And it's in my opinion, my scientific opinion, it's all calculatable. The people who came to Earth before us, they put a measuring uh, magnifying glass on this type of stuff, So your genetics and all of that stuff, your brain, your all of that stuff makes you either make a stupid decision or a fucking grandiose decision. And my whole thing is your every day is a day to either you're gonna take a step or you're gonna lay down. There's no in between. So I try to find ways to take steps because you gotta think about life like this. Like so many people are weak, and the advice that like that's why I don't watch everybody content. Like I just started kind of watching certain people. In 2026, I'm a little more lenient with certain red pill people or certain things, but I still don't resonate fully with their stuff because I see myself not better than them, but like I just don't resonate with like certain stuff. There's certain stuff I just don't resonate, and it's like I don't think they're weak, and I don't think I'm weak, but I just think like in life you got to have your own mind. So it's like that's where I get my power from, having my own mind. That's literally where my shit come from, and knowing that because genetics, you got to think about genetics. Why do people not ever talk about genetics? But think about it like this: what makes you unique? What makes you unique is sincerely your dad. It's sincerely your fucking the sperm and the egg scenario. You know what I'm saying? You're genuinely different. You know what I'm saying? And I think that's what makes you masculine a lot of the time. Like I'm not like nobody, so then it's like you're only like people you hang with. So that's a choice. So you take the choice. You watch what you put in your ear, what you eat, what you watch 24/7 in a day, what do you pay attention to? That's literally going to decide, not some fucking funky ass woman, but what's going to decide tomorrow you being better is going to be genuinely either a physical or metaphysical step that you're taking today, 24 hours right now. That's the only thing that changed the trajectory. People say, "Oh, you put bad bitches in the videos, it make it go up." That's true, and that could help you. Money that could convert to money. Money could convert to um, eating healthier or whatever, and it can recycle. But the main principle in all of this is you. You doing what you want to do. You're doing what you want to do, and that's reproducing. Just like me turning on this camera, it's like, bruh, nobody ain't have to put no gun at my head, made me do this shit. I want to do it. That's what I did. And I'm not getting a lot of views. I'm looking at the views. It's not a lot of views. It's very, very skimpy views right now. Extremely skimpy. And this is what I signed up for. So here I am. And and that's the thing, bro. Like it's gonna be ugly days. It's gonna be ugly days. It's going. I think a lot of people can't really accept. But see, the thing about me is I love nature. So I look at nature. Like before I got on here, I was just on Facebook and I was looking at the shorts on Facebook Shorts, and I was looking at a whole bunch of nature, animals, and sometimes you just gotta look at nature because nature has answers that we don't really have. You feel what I'm saying? Like it'll make you see some shit that you already know, but you're not accepting. Like like um like most people think that attraction is something that a woman is giving you, like with free will. And I do believe that that's the case in a certain percentage of cases. But I also believe that there's a part of attraction that is a little different than that, where a woman is, she's not, it doesn't have to be all attraction. It could be some like, damn, this guy is like, he has, how do I put it? Women like dominance. And that's something we all can agree on, even if it's dark, right? Women like dominance. And you're a man, so you know you naturally have more muscle. You have muscle. So in many cases, a lot of mating took place in a way that people are not even looking at. But what I'm trying to say is it a chance that women are actually attracted to guys that are conquerors? I mean, obviously, right? Obviously, right? There's a reason why if your body gets big, she's like, oh, he's sexy. There's a reason why if you make $1 million, oh, he's sexy. There's a reason why if he has other girls, all of a sudden, he respect. She gives you some respect. None of those have nothing to do with her just looking at you from for nothing and just liking you. Some free will type of Disney Channel type of attraction. So when I see guys that are single and can't get women, there's a reason for it. There's a big reason for it, man. And what I'm saying is a lot of women are dominating a lot of guys nowadays. So if women, if here's the thing, like all we gotta do is look at this. If women think that they're stronger than you and they're not gonna fuck you in the same sentence, that's what it is. They think they're stronger than you. They think that they found a way without you that works. It's not female and man gender war. It's opportunistic mentality. It's an opportunistic mindset. Like, oh, I'm doing okay without this person. So it's natural for them to say, fuck that person. But isn't it funny if you think that way as a man and you get on your shit, then they're like, oh wait, hold on. I used to date him or I used to mess with him. I kind of want to come back into his realm, uh, kind of like a ghost that goes from different dimensions. Like, oh, I could just do this because there's no law that's gonna handcuff me for doing this. You know what I'm saying? Lawless men. If you're a man, you have to have some law to you. Like that's why men can't beat women because they don't have integrity. That's just all it is, bro. Because integrity gonna make you say, "Fuck that bitch. She ain't never coming back into my realm ever." You know what I'm saying? And that's what it be. You know, an integrity issue. Because a lot of stuff in life is just a lesson, and when that lesson is complete, you do grow. So a lot of times people don't look at shit the way I look at shit. They look at shit from one dimension, like, oh, like yeah, like you can stop talking to women if you want, but that's not the complete answer. You know what I'm saying? Because women is a plural word, and all women has not done anything to you. You know what I'm saying? Just to be honest, not all women are even gonna do anything to you. So women is not your enemy. You know what I'm saying? But if you say I'm not gonna talk to women because I'm gonna focus on this or I'm gonna focus on that, that make more sense because you're putting that energy into something that can pour back into you. Like say someone was to say, I'm not going to approach as many women so I could focus on my artistry, my artist career. So I could be the next Picasso. Not only are you going to pour into your soul, because I also want to mention that your soul is the most important part of this existence. That's another thing that goes missing in action when people are like just like focusing on shit that they can't win. Um, your soul is being sacrificed. And I'm gonna say it like this. The soul, when I think of a soul, I think of the sun. Maybe it's because I'm black and we're from Africa and we're people, they say we're people of the sun. I don't know. I was born in August. I love the sun. But the solar, your soul, the sun. When you're in the sun, you perform better for some reason, right? It's life giving. The sun is life giving. So the sun. I'm not talking about the fucking physical sun in the sky right now. I'm just talking about your soul. There's things inside of you that is purpose, that you have a purpose. Like everybody has a purpose. But the purpose of the devil or whoever the fuck is out there is to keep you focused on junk food, women, porn, um, the possibility of death, um, rap music, um, all of this shit that has nothing to do with your soul, because the soul got answers for your, if you're fulfilled, you can't really be scared of nothing because you're fulfilled. Like I said, like that shit can exist, but it's gonna exist outside of you at that point. Like when you're doing shit you really care about. That's why women hate focused men and they come to distract you. What's good, my guy? Yeah, man, we locking in, man. We talking that light shit right now. That solar shit. You know what I'm saying? That soul shit, man. I believe all of this stuff we even talk about game is connected to your soul. Like when people talk about game, I believe it's all about your soul. And people, when people use the word swag, like we've seen the word swag used a million times growing up, and I used to wonder what really is swag and what makes a person have it and what makes a person not have it. But I just realized this morning, I'm like, I feel like as a man, the word swag is just the word soul. Because if you do something with soul, it's not so many people that's not going to say, oh, that looks cool or nice or it has swag. People want to know what swag is. What is swag? When you hear Kanye rapping, he's coming from his soul. When you hear Tupac rapping, he's coming from his soul. When you hear a nigga spitting game, he you know, not all the time is they come from their soul, but when I know when I was growing up, when I was trying to get at a bit, I was letting that shit pour out from an honest place. You know what I'm saying? That's what I'm saying. Like an honest place. Like if it's honest, it's soul. It's soul. It's like soul type shit. So my whole point, bro, is that there's no use in stop talking to all women. That'd be stupid. Swag is light. They're showcasing their light. Swag is light. They're showcase. That's what I'm saying. And I was just saying how the soul, the solar is the sun. That's what I was saying. Like, so like the sun is full of light and the light is life giving. That's my opinion. Because and I have not studied this, but this is naturally how I feel. I was born in August. Like I said, I'm a summer type of guy. I love the sun. When it's winter, I literally don't like it, bro. You feel me, bros? Because it's like it's power. The sun is power. It's giving light. And when I'm in the sun, I feel like life. I feel like I'm charged. You feel what I'm saying? I feel like sometimes it be too hot, but usually it gives me intentionality. It gives me integrity. It gives me a reason to be alive. The winter is just different. It's like, man, this shit's like too, it's boring. And it's like I'm up in my head. I'm thinking about stupid shit. It's just stupid shit. It gives you a reason to be all in the house and shit. It's just different. So, but I learned to respect the winter too and the snow and shit. But I just got like that as I got older because I was like, man, I'm gonna make use of every season. So I was like, I'm gonna be loving every other season, and then when it get winter, I had to find positive in that, and there is some positive in the winter. It's just that people just don't like it naturally, but you know, there's some positive in everything, and I think that's what I'm trying to say. Most people just don't investigate the beauty in everything, and that's the biggest problem. There's a lot of beauty in almost everything, and some would say it's even beauty in death. You know what I'm saying? So it's a lot of people who study death, and when sometimes like periodically those videos pop up, And I look at that shit like, yo, these people really study death, like what happens after death and shit like that. And I, like, wow, like you can't really be scared if you spend your whole life not only like guessing what it's gonna be like, but actually having some fucking stable information. Like, who's better at life, the person who's scared of death or the person who's like, oh, this is what I think is gonna happen? The person who has an educated guess is gonna have a way less feminine experience on earth because they're gonna be like, I'm not scared. When you're not scared, you're prepared, or you're able to transition better because you're like, this shit is a part of this shit. I've been studying it. You know what I'm saying? It's very little things in life that you study that you don't figure shit out about. Like talking to women. Like if you take 3 months to really learn how to talk to women, you'll shock yourself. You'll be like, damn, you know what? It's not that I'm some fucking weirdo who don't know what to say. It's just that I never knew that my brain wasn't working in this way, or I never knew women really felt passionate about this issue. You know what I'm saying? Like, it's a lot of shit you just don't know. So fear is actually one of the emotions that just G check you, like, and don't let you grow. Like, you know what I'm saying? But I think we could do a lot without fear, bro. I think fear is poison because we could do so much without fear, and it's overused, right? It's fear is over weaponized, and especially in America, or like, because there's a lot of idiots out here, but the idiots, they try to put fear in the smart people. I don't like that. Like, a loser trying to put fear in a winner is crazy. Like, I always thought that was disgusting. So I just don't like that. That's one thing I despise. Because it's a soul issue. It bothers my soul when an idiot tries to mitigate my growth, and then they say things like, be humble, or they try to like humble you. I hate these humbling motherfuckers out here. I hate humbling people. People try to humble people. Like, who the fuck is you? And usually when you really peel back the layer, you're like, this is the cockiest person on the earth. This is the most narcissistic person on the planet. And they're trying to humble me. How you fuck you gonna humble me when you're not even grounded? You're the most bizarre person on the planet trying to humble me. And that's the problem. Over the last 30 years or however many years, people have been given a sense of power without really being even authentic or genuine. They just got the power. And that's real biology shit. You know what I'm saying? If you just got power, but you don't got no self integrity, no self respect or whatever, you just are given the keys to the mansion. Now, that's real biology though. Like, and that's why I try not to get mad at a lot of shit. Because it's people that, what the Bible say, people in higher places or things in higher places that, we don't wrestle with flesh and blood, even though we technically do. But it's actually I would argue it's flesh and blood, and it's everything. It's everything. But the beauty about life is that you don't have to pay attention to losers. Like, I find that to be the most intriguing thing. Like, I see you losers, but I'm not really gonna pay you attention. I know you want my attention. I know you want it, but I don't mean I have to give it to you. I was watching some animal channel shit on Facebook before I got on here. They was talking about African wild dogs. And it's funny because I was watching a video of those motherfuckers 5 years ago, 6 years ago, something. When I first moved into this house, I remember literally watching a video, and I'm like, these motherfuckers is fucking this shit up. Whatever I was watching, right? And African wild dogs, they have this very unique hunting style, and it's very interesting. And that's the video this morning. I was watching another video that was talking about that. And they broke it down, like the hunting skills of the African wild dog and how they hunt is very in it's a strategy. It's not like some fucking wild thing they're doing. Their name is African wild dogs, but they're actually almost, oddly enough, moving like humans in a humanistic thought. Like there's like they think about what they're doing. They're not just some wild dogs. You know what I'm saying? They're actually have a way of doing that. So my whole thing is this, bro. Like I don't even know why I brought that up just now. Why did I bring that shit up, bro? Another animal that hunts and has a 95. This is what's fucking crazy. This animal has a 95% rate of catching its prey. And it's the fucking dragonfly. And I'm like, yo, the dragonfly has a 95% rate. And it's crazy. Because that's an elite hunter. Like, I'm a fan of dragonflies now. Dragonflies are calibrated. They're like when you compare like hunting to dating, it becomes cool. Like, and so I'm gonna do that right now on some shit. It says because I don't think people understand the validity of the dragonfly. Everyone want to talk about the fucking butterfly. I want to talk about the fucking dragonfly. And that shit is hideous too. It's a cool looking bug, but it's hideous at the same time. But hold on. So the dragonfly, they don't chase recklessly. And this goblin slayer right here, this is gonna hit home for him. Dragonflies don't chase recklessly. They're aware, precise, efficient, and patient. Number one, 360-degree awareness, situational intelligence. Dragonflies have nearly 360-degree vision. In social terms, you notice who's watching you. You see social dynamics before entering. You clock her vibe before approaching. You read micro signals, eye contact, body angle, proximity. And that's why I told Goblin that you shouldn't give up in totality because it's not going to help you. Because you need to see these little micro signals. And those are really what, because women are inviting certain guys to come fuck with them, like, but you just don't see that. Because you're too busy going directly at them. Like, how can I invite you into my house if you just walk in? And I gotta kick you out. So let's say at the gym, you might think who's open versus locked in, who's scanning the room, who smiles when eyes meet, who repositions near you twice. Most guys approach blind. Dragonfly mode equals you approach informed. Think about that. I'm not saying you're going to have 100% information on this stranger female, but you could have about 30 to 45, maybe even 50 to 60% of information before you go say something. But obviously, that's being like washed out. People are like, yo, I'm just not going to talk because they're living in fear. When you live in fear, you're being depressed. When you're depressed, you're depressing all of the good shit out with you think you're getting rid of some bad shit, but you're doing a lot more than that. So you want to be poised. You want to be poised. You want to understand that nothing in life came easy to nobody in history. Not saying some women aren't going to see you as the prize, but they're all not the most definitely because they don't have any reason to. That's what you don't realize. Number 2, precision over spray and pray. I don't even know what that means, but let's keep going. Dragonflies don't chase everything. They pick a target and execute. Application. Don't approach every attractive woman. Pick the one showing the strongest indicators. And then commit calmly. This alone makes you higher value. Outcome hunger drops because you chose strategically. Outcome hunger drops because think about that. That's why he said, I'm going to stop talking to women, because he's thinking about he has too much outcome hunger. But how can we mitigate outcome hunger? We mitigate that easily because you choosing strategically. How do I choose strategically? You still have to approach women. You still have to go on dating apps. You still have to have a yielding process of women. But I feel like a lot of guys say, choose the woman that's choosing you. And it's not bad information. It's just like, it was a point I feel like that didn't work for me. And it's a point right now I feel like that does work for me. It's always worked. That process has always worked. But it was a point where I think that my conversation was so bad that I was like in my energy. Like, that's why I always tell y'all, like, be careful where you rest your head. Be careful about the people around you. And this goes back to the dragonfly analogy, because the dragonfly has awareness. You have to be aware there's social predators out here that drain your energy. They drain your battery. Then when you go to talk to women, you're like trying to talk, and the women's like, I'm not really attracted to him for some reason. But you've been drained before you even got into the fucking interaction with the baddie, or the 6 or the 7 or the 8 or the 9. You know, you've been drained by social predators before you even got into the ring. You know, you can't even, you know what I'm saying? And then it's just a lot, because you do need to know what to say. You do need to have some openers, in my opinion, because say you go to the gym or you go somewhere, you will want to have some form of openers. But if you're drained, and I'm telling you, a lot of, in my opinion, game is just maintenance, you know, that starts at home, bro. It starts at home. It starts in these pre-places. Bro, we talk about geo roster. You have pre-places. Places that are before the place, the club, the gym, the hobby, the activity, event. You have pre-places. Those pre-places will drain the fuck out of the average person. And that's what you got to be very cautious and conscious about. Because when I'm in a grocery store, I've seen my energy be good some days and bad other days. And it all had connected to draining people ahead of time. Like, damn, I was just around a loser for 45 minutes. Makes sense why I'm not able to catch this baddie right here. Because it's not about baddie and ugly. It's about thriving creature versus creature that's compromised. You know what I'm saying? So if you're around draining losers, you're going to have a loser, draining, adjacent life. So that is very important that people not only pick up on, but start building a defense around, because women, and especially the bad bitches, they're comparing you to the elite guys. So when you just come talk to them, they're like, okay, he's cute, but like something, I don't know. Women like men of power. So if you're drained, then that's connected to your power. And first impression is everything. So obviously that's not who you really are. She's not seeing you at your best. That's the devil's plan. Keep you at your worst, not at your best. Even if it's an illusion. Like, you're obviously the type of guy that can get a million women. But we're going to play in a game of illusion where you don't get any women. Like, come on now. Number 3, stillness before strike. They hover, they wait, they don't rush. This is huge. Instead of I see her, I must go now. You might lift. If you're at the gym, you'll lift. Move calmly. Let proximity build. Make eye contact first. Let her notice you. Stillness creates tension. A lot of people don't realize that. I did that a couple times in the gym. Yeah, I ain't push up too fast, but I pushed up eventually. But I ain't. Some women, I let them fully. I don't say not fully, but some women, like, yeah, I think I'm gonna approach her. You feel what I'm saying? But I do it with poise. I do it with, I do it. I hover and wait like the dragonfly. Number 4, lightness, no heavy energy. Dragonflies move lightly, no stomping, no aggression, no aggressive pursuit. And that's another thing, like, people who try to trigger you, this is a good analogy for even narcissistic shit, because people who try to trigger you, they try to get you to turn into a dense, heavy type of person. Well, really your nature is to be very light. Be very light. Because when you're light, it has to do with your frequency, your emotional frequency. When you're in a higher frequency, you're naturally light. Or that's how people know that they got you. They try to drain you, and because you feel like you're being drained, you start getting mad. And then when you start getting mad, your vibration is obviously in anger, which is one of the lowest fucking vibrations on earth. You can't manifest shit from anger. So you're losing in a bigger way. And when we say manifest, it could be money, women, cars, clothes, and hoes. Dragonflies move lightly, no stomping, no aggressive pursuit. In PUA terms, no over investing, no long monologues, no validation seeking. That's so important. That's what I started off this video talking about. No chasing after lukewarm responses. Think about that. How many times y'all look at your phone and y'all like, man, like, y'all just don't know how to convert. And that's the title of this video. High attraction doesn't always convert to sex. She could be highly attracted to you and not fuck you. And y'all can't figure out why. I got a couple reasons why that is and might take place. And the funny thing is not things that's obvious, because it's like, you don't have to chase them. So most of the answers other people will give you will have a little piece of chasing. It'll have a little pepper in of chasing inside of it. And it's like, that's not the answer. Even if the answer was, yo, set up a date or respond or do this, that's not the answer. Because I've never met a woman that liked me that didn't make shit happen as well with me. Like, if I don't text, or if I don't Like, even if a genuinely high value person puts their presence around somebody else, that person is not going to want to they're not going to want to miss out sleeping with you. You understand what I'm saying? They're not going to want to miss out on that shit. So obviously you don't know what you're doing, or she's not highly interested or highly attracted. Either one of those could be the answer. But ironically, one raises the other. So you knowing what you're doing raises her interest. But let's keep going, bro. So lightness is a trait of a dragonfly, being very light. No overinvesting. Again, I'm gonna read these one more time. Overinvesting, what does that look like? It looks like, for me, it looks like me giving a fuck. It don't even, like, that's what I'm trying to say. It's not even physical. It's not even like I'm physically texting her. Like, people be like, don't double text. I don't think that's the problem. I think if you was really sexually attractive, you could triple, quadruple text and fuck that same night. But if we're talking in terms of frequency and vibration, that's over investing. Women are responding to the energy, not the amount of times you wrote back. No long monologues. What does that look like? Like what I'm doing right now, going into depth and deep conversation. Fellas, it's not always required. Many times, in many cases on earth, you should not even give a fuck about anything. And that's what I was trying to tell bro earlier about me playing the game, chilling with my friends. When I went to Job Corps, that's what I was doing. Literally. I was finding shit out as the days and the weeks compiled. Like, oh yo, you know it's a workout room in here. Oh word. You know it's a gym in here. Oh word. We going to play basketball after school. After we get out of class. Oh word, okay. I'm sitting at tables that bring value. Come on now. I'm sitting at tables that bring value. I'm not scared to fight anybody. So I could sit with the people that like, to me, when I went to Job Corps, nobody thought they was tough. Like, there was some people who thought they was tough, but to me, they was just like, you might be tougher than them, but like, to me, I don't think that way. So I just mind my business. I sit there, I eat my food. You know what I'm saying? If someone has to show me they're an asshole or a bully or something, I try not to think that way, because you will kill a lot of your opportunities by thinking that way. Because a lot of time people ain't really on that. You know what I'm saying? So find a table, sit there, eat your food. You don't even have to talk to nobody for the first week if you don't want to. And eventually people, somebody will say a joke. You'll say a joke. I don't even remember how I felt my first week of Job Corps. I remember when I first got there, I didn't want to be there. My whole family came, my mom, sister, niece, nephew, and me. It was my first day, and they said your family come eat lunch with you. And so right off the bat, everybody looking like, who this new nigga with his family? I think that even could set the tone too, like your family there with you. It definitely make you look like you're not just anybody. But then after that, I'm by myself, you know what I'm saying? Like, for a whole week, 2 weeks, 3 weeks, 4 weeks, until so on and so on. Only way I connect to a family is through phone call at that point. And then when I go home, I think every weekend you could choose to go home, but I would only do that like every other couple weekends. So I wouldn't do that, but it'd be very boring on the weekends. That was the problem. Uh, but if I could go back, I probably would hit the mall more on the weekends and just be more active. Uh, but long monologues. A lot of people don't realize. Like I tell y'all the other day on live, I have my brain naturally goes for deeper over I value deeper over small talk and over like this rebellish, devilish small talk shit that a lot of these women and a lot of these people do. I hate that shit. So that I have a phobia around that shit, low key. And if I'm talking to the right people though, I can have a small talk and it's gonna be a good small, it's gonna be respect, it's gonna be balance. I can't talk to women that don't really respect men. Like if I feel like you don't respect men, I'm not gonna want to talk to you. Like, you know what I'm saying? So that make a lot of people mad because they're like, "Why you don't want to talk? Like, well, you don't even like men. So like, why would I talk to you? Like maybe if you really, really deep down had a genuine respect for masculinity in men, then maybe we can talk. But if you're gonna try to rob me of my energy and drain me of my energy, then of course I'm not gonna talk to you. And you're like, why don't you want to talk to me? I'm just trying to drain your fucking energy. It's like, what the fuck? Like, you really think with your psychotic ass that I want to talk to you? But yeah, that's where I think a lot of the long monologues, like when you're texting these women, talking to them, bro, you don't have to have a deep ass conversations, but you do have to have a little piece of substance with you, in my opinion. You don't want to be some fucking. It depends. A lot of this shit, in my opinion, has to do with velocity and speed over depth. Because when you got a game, you just know what you're doing so much that shit just fly by. Like you don't think too deep. You just like, oh, like like I got this thing in my conversational car product where the analogy for bringing logistics up too fast, because a lot of guys fuck up right there, because I was doing that for a long time last year. Bringing logistics up too fast is like driving off the lot and then quickly pressing the gas and pulling into a fucking a park, like a park place, like a fucking parking lot. And it's like you're driving but you're slamming on the brakes. So when you first meet a woman, you do want to leave the conversation open to where we're texting maybe for a week, maybe for 3 days, but I'm not quickly saying like, "Oh, pull up" or "Let's go out," or because that's for me moving too fast. And usually for the woman, it feels the same way. Some women it don't, but for most women, it to me it hasn't done me any good. So I had to learn. That's the analogy for bringing up logistics within the first day or two. This is a waste of time for me. Like I could speak logistics as far as what part of if I live in PA, I'm like, what part of PA do you live in? And I'm only asking that so I can kind of like save her number and kind of like know the distance, because if I don't know the distance, it's easy to stop texting these bitches, if that makes any sense. By like looking at her name in the distance, it kind of makes you like, oh, she's not that far. So it lets me know that if she don't want to pull up, it's because she's not. I'm not turning her on, because any woman that lives only a mile away from you that's not pulling up to come fuck you is because you don't got no game. So that's very exposing of your own game. So that's good. But the average guy just texts women. He don't save their numbers. He don't keep track of the information. So he don't know if he didn't get her because he didn't have any game, or just because she was low interest, medium. He don't know where he's at. So that's very important to me, because when you track results, you weed out a lot of bullshit, and you don't have to lie to yourself about why she didn't like you. You know what I'm saying? You just could see like, oh, this had to be me, because she gave me her number. She matched with me on the app, so it had to be me, or vice versa. I did everything right, and I recalibrated my game. Like I said, I stopped doing the logistic shit too fast, trying to link up too fast, and I spoke with her. And then when I went to set up a date or a link up, she just for some reason maybe, and we could use the pickup artist analogy, you build comfort, you build attraction, you build comfort, you know what I'm saying, then seduction, right? Those are three different levels. So from my 30 years of being on this planet, no, every woman doesn't need comfort to sleep with you. But you should be aware that if she's not comfortable with you and she slept with you, she's probably a thought. But not only that, every woman's not a thought. You feel what I'm saying? And if we use the word thought, not trying to be funny, but like people are calling. I think what people are doing, which is pretty unhealthy, is they think because they can get a thought to sleep with them that they are actually comparing women that aren't moving that way to women that are moving that way. You see what I'm saying? Because with the average woman, some comfort has to be there. There's like a 15% ratio of women who did, they don't need any comfort because my looks are average. There's not a such thing as a beautiful man. Men are men. And if you are the 1% of men who are model, then you still gonna struggle. So it's not like we can rely on our looks. So there has to be some comfort built. You know what I'm saying? And or sexual tension, which to me is they go hand in hand. But I say that to say that's what that looks like for me. That's what not over investing looks like. Also, not over investing looks like not texting her every 5 fucking minutes. Like I said, you got hobbies, activities, events. Like right now, I'm live. Like I'm not texting no bit. But when I get off of here, you know what I'm saying? Respond. I'm saying respond when you can. Sometimes I find myself like this morning. I said to myself, I said, it would make sense to respond frequently to women, right? Like that doesn't make you thirsty. Like that's a misconception. Guys think they're thirsty because they respond often. Like, you know what I'm saying? Like, nah, respond. If she's responding fast and you're responding fast, then how's thirst in the equation? It's not in the equation. It's another myth pushed on the people from society to stop shit. It's fear mongering. You're not thirsty. You're just talking. Now, if every time, obviously there's a way you could look at it where it's like every time she texts you, she could wait. May say she took a break, a gap, and say she took a nap and she texts you later. And then as soon as she texts you, her phone ding. Like obviously you're not even taking any time to think or to like, you know what I'm saying? You could take a cool 5 minutes to 10 minutes or 15 to think about what you're gonna say. But you don't want to get trapped in overthinking either. You just want to ask yourself, what seems appropriate to say to this type of thing. So no chasing after lukewarm responses. You pop in, you test, you move. Light energy is magnetic. And I think better when I'm in light energy. Like if you think about a frequency scale, like when I'm in a higher vibration, like it's easier to respond. When you're in any other state, it's hard to even think. It's hard to respond. It's hard to know. And then you go into the thoughts of, do she like me or do she not like me? Which is a very dangerous place to be in. Opposed to, we both don't know each other. Let me just say some shit to get, so this conversation keep going. And that's where the whole car analogy came from. A car just runs. It does not think. It just runs. So one way you could look at this is if you're not responding and you think you don't know what to say, which is a lie, but you think you don't know what to say, which makes you believe that you don't know what to say, and then put you down a pattern of thought. That's coming from if you you haven't cut off the part of you that thinks in that way, that pattern. And you're probably in a lower frequency at that point. Like, oh, it's probably a frequency of fear. Like, oh, I'm in fear. I'm in, I want, you're in a state of wanting versus a state of acceptance that every woman is not going to like you. So that when you don't know what to say to a woman, think of want versus acceptance. Wanting is a low frequency, acceptance is a high frequency. So a car does not want a fucking person to get in it and drive it. A car just is like, well, when that person's ready to drive me, I'm going to be here. That's what a car is like. That's what texting is like. That's what women are like. Well, it's crazy how your perspective or perception really changes the way you're seeing her, which is changing the way she's seeing you. And it's changing everything. That's why the car analogy is more deeper than people think. You know what I'm saying? Like, I want to just drive a result. I want to stimulate her. How can I stimulate her? By texting her. You can't stimulate her if you don't text her. But you can't text her if you think she's better than you. But you can't not think she's better than you if everything online is telling you women are better. Everything is always doing that, reinforcing it and sugarcoating you with that information. So it becomes a bigger problem. But remember, a dragonfly is a high frequency. In my opinion, it would be a high for but let's keep going. Number 5, high success rate through calibration. Dragonflies succeed because they calculate distance and timing. This is my favorite part about the ass. For you, open when she's between sets, not mid-rep, not with headphones fully locked, not when she's speed walking to the exit. There was one girl that was doing that and one day, and I was literally about to try to talk. I never got the chance to talk to her. So it's timing over lines. You already struggle with where do I go next? Dragonfly mode solves that. It does. And here's the funny part. A lot of women, and again, I look at this as a high frequency issue too, because a lot of women will follow your lead. But if you don't talk to a lot of women, then it kind of does the opposite, because now you're doubting yourself. But what is a good day of looking like you talking to a lot of women? You might say, I start off the day early in the morning. I wake up, I leave the house, I go to like ShopRite or something. You go get some yogurt. Say that's yogurt, and say you get some stuff from a grocery store. And what I'm trying to say is, like, you're stacking up your day in a way where women are already in your proximity. Because I don't know about y'all, but I live in a neighborhood where it's very weird. Like I used to see a lot of women around, but it's more scarce. In my apartment complex is like, it's I don't see a lot of women around. So it's really weird. Especially knowing that this apartment building used to be a lot of women around that lived in this shit. But I smashed about, like, I ain't gonna say that. But what I'm trying to say is there's women rich places that's rich with women, and then there's places that's not. And if you're spending majority of your time in places where women are not, that's going to also affect your confidence, because you're not getting nourished in that area. You ought to be around physically around women. Number 6, efficient energy management. They burn minimal energy per hunt. Translation: stop doing 10 approaches a session. Do 2 to 3 calibrated ones. Focus on strong body language. Build a reputation in the gym. You don't need volume, you need precision. Number 7. And I could compare that to Job Corps, right? When I was at Job Corps, you know what I'm saying? I think I just came across as high value, you know what I'm saying? Like, to be honest. And that's something that people, you don't got to consciously do. But I think in the world we're living in today, it does become a you have people who do it naturally, you have people who try to do it, but if you don't know how to do it, it's going to become a survival thing because there's people who gonna manually do it, and that could be like, okay, well, this person doesn't know what he's doing, but he looks high value. You would think he was high value, but the person that's actually putting that together, uh, like, isn't it a lot of times in my life I feel like people was just genuinely attracted to me, where it's like, oh, this person, they naturally see you as a leader, naturally see you as attractive. But it'll beg the question, like, what's better, natural attraction or a person really like working for their attraction? But I've come to my own opinion that like they're both good. Like if you know what you're doing, but you look good, then that's gonna make it better for you. But if you look good, people naturally look up to you, but you don't know what you're doing, it's gonna make you look worse or bad or horrible. You know what I'm saying? Moral of the story is there's nothing wrong with knowing what you're doing. Focus on strong body language. When I was at job course, I don't know how my body language was. I was barely. I was talking to like older women, like the teachers and shit. Like I would flirt. I would talk to women. Long story short, I was social enough, and I think that's the key is being social enough. I think that's the key to life. Being social, bro, because it's just something that you have to try to do. If you, because it's like people think I'm gonna just be social for no reason, but it's like thinking you're gonna have muscle for no reason. It's like that's not how nature really works. Like people would die for muscle. People knew before civilization how important muscle really was. Now we just say I'm skinny and that's it. I don't need to be like I love being skinny. Like all my life, I was like, yo, I like being a skinny nigga. But you don't really know like where you would have been in the early 1900s if you were skinny or before that. I think it was more or less of a it was more important and it was more push to be to work and to work out or to become what they call a bushman or whatever it is. Uh, so a lot of people just aren't being um, pushed to be masculine, in my opinion. But playing sports, luckily, that I think that helped me a lot. It gave me an advantage because my mentality is still there. So build a reputation in the gym. Like I said, for me, that's quite natural because I mind my business. I work out. If I see somebody, I have this one opener that's not really a verbally. So I'll smile or give like a smirk and a head nod. Like that's to me, that's like entry level opener. Because for my first week at the gym, I was like, bro, I don't even know if I want to approach these old. I don't want no woman feeling weird. So, I end up, what's good, Hash? How you feeling today? How you feeling? How you feeling? Uh, Listen, I don't even know how to explain this video, but this video is about pickup artists tactics mixed with the fucking analogy of a dragonfly. I don't know if dragon people worship dragonflies or not in secret societies, but I fell in love with the dragonflies. That's like I like those more than butterflies. A lot of people like butterflies, but I'm attracted to dragonflies. I might get one tatted on me one day. I don't know if that's gonna look feminine or not, but a dragonfly will look probably dope, depending on how you what type of picture they got pictures of them. They got pictures of them over here. But it's not about the way it looks. It's about the attributes and the traits of the dragonfly that we're acknowledging in this video, and how to talk to women and how to actually be somebody attractive. We're on number 7 right now, and it says elevated positioning. They perch high. Social meaning: stand tall, lift heavy, be seen. All right, hold on. See, it stopped barking as soon as I got up. Still gonna close the door, man. We can't have no interruptions. So let's get this message. So stand tall, lift heavy, be seen, move with intention. Don't lurk, right? A lot of guys fuck up because, like my boy Goblin, he's in school, and I'm sure he's falling into this subconsciously. You don't want to lurk because it's easy to do that. Lurking is not only something you do in the lunch table or when you're in college or even in the gym, or in a grocery store. Lurking can happen on the internet. When you liking these women posts, when you liking they posts, like I don't even be on Instagram no more. Like, you feel what I'm saying? Like, I don't really be on Snapchat as heavy as I was doing last month. Like, since I've been hitting the gym, it's giving me a new, like, all right, fuck all that other shit. You know what I'm saying? Because, like, a lot of guys is chasing women, but what they don't realize is, like, you're chasing somebody you don't even know. So you're technically a lurker. And a lurker is too close to a stalker. And so you got to be careful. You become a fan. That's why that shit called only fans, nigga. It's what you are. You're only a fucking fan, bitch. But listen, your positioning in space affects perception more than an opener. Your positioning in space affects perception more than your opener. That means I could have said Rudy too, bitch, if I was the president. Hold on. So anyway, number 8, adaptability mid-flight. This is what I love about dragonflies. This is what really, really caught my attention about them. Dragonflies adjust direction instantly. Y'all notice y'all fellas are getting hit with this energy from women. Dragonflies move like women, bro. They adjust direction instantly. You like, yo, where the fuck did this bitch go? Listen, man, I match energy, and that's the beautiful thing. And that's why this dragonfly shit means so much. Think about it. Like, when you have a life, it kills women because they're so used to guys. Not even that they're used to guys that don't have a life. They kind of are because they never had really got a guy that really had a life. A lot of women, I say a percentage, 40, 50% of women never really got the guy they really wanted per se. This is a secret of society. I shouldn't be telling y'all because it's going to give you too much power. Because that gate kept information gate keeps you, because then you're like, oh, well, like obviously you think you're the shit. Like every human being thinks to some degree they're the shit, but that sets you up to get played because that woman is like, okay, well, I really want this guy, but I will settle for a handsome or good looking secondary version to that guy. Now, if you're really smart and you know this, you accept that. Like, okay, because there's a lot of women I would rather have than you too, right? But I said this in that video, men are so humble that they really want the woman they end up getting with, but that woman is she's not really probably your type in most cases. Like a lot of guys get with women that are not genuinely their type. And I don't know if women know this or not, but that's the truth. Now, you should never get butthurt over a woman that is adjusting her direction instantly, because in my opinion, she never liked you. And I don't care what nobody says on God green earth. Like, I don't have women even go as far to like lay in my bed, chill me, do a lot of shit, and then like one random day just kind of like dissipate. But I knew that the dissipation had different, like it could be from a multitude of different things, but I never gave a fuck because I already know people are not really, not saying they're not reliable, but I just don't give a fuck. And this dragonfly analogy number 8 is important, bro. Adaptability mid-flight. You should be able to match a woman's energy every time they say in their head, I don't know about him, or I don't know, or it's like they're the most undecided creatures on the face of the earth. And we're dealing with this, fellas. Listen, that shit, I think, because I was going to react to a video of a girl the other day. It just didn't work. But she was talking about nonchalant men. And I think a lot of nonchalant men are raised by women. But I think women's, and it's not their fault, but I think their natural nature is to be indecisive and just like incongruent to a degree. Like, whereas though that characteristic makes that son kind of like also have that same trait of like, I'm like Chris Brown said, I'm undecided. And a lot of especially beautiful women, they'll get super frustrated with a guy like that, which is why the nonchalant pandemic is really stressing these bitches out, because they can't figure out a guy who's disattached from the outcome. Like, I could figure out 80% of men, but that guy, he scatters my soul and makes me so mad because I can't figure this nigga out. And the problem with that is that'll keep a woman coming back over and over to get some type of, I guess, reassurance or some type of like closure, I guess. But that's crazy because it's all psychological, psychedelic bullshit. the truth of the matter is a lot of women flake on a lot of guys historically all of the fucking time. And I think historically it's because women are not really built to carry weight. It's really men's job to carry weight. And when we raise a society of women carrying a lot of weight, it just doesn't make sense. It's very strategically done, but what I'm saying is it doesn't make sense. So, for all you guys who wonder, damn, bro, like I text her and then she just stopped texting me, bro. Listen, I know this is gonna sound psychopathic, but get over it. Fuck her. And you heard it here first. It's not fuck her as in she's a bad person, she owes you some pussy or anything crazy. It's just you have to understand, bro. Men are just as likely to not give a fuck in certain situations, and humanistically you're going to take the short end of the stick whenever you care more than the other person. This is not bad information. This is great information. You're going to always care more than the other person you're going to always take the short end of the stick when you care more than the other person. And I'm telling you, caring is a curse. I don't care what women say. Women say, oh, no, I want a man that cares. Yeah, you want a fucking doll that you can control. But I'm saying caring is like a curse. Like anytime I cared in my life, it didn't help me at all. And I promise you, this is going to sound crazy. Anytime I didn't care, it never hurt me. I ain't saying that it didn't put me in situations that was a little bit like, it gave me a reason to care. Like, so like, say if you are being like too careless, sometimes it'll be like, because you are a fucking human, it'll put you in a situation where you're like, damn, am I really the devil right now? So you gotta care because you're a human. But what I'm saying is, on earth, not too many things worth having comes from caring. Like, if you care, you just get the short end of the stick. Especially in today's climate, that's exactly, you could bet your fucking, I could bet all the money, you could bet all your money in the bank that if by you caring more than them caring, you're going to lose. And it has nothing to do with being an asshole, a jerk, a dickhead, a bastard. It has nothing to do with that. It's just understanding biology first and then understanding where you stand. And then accepting where you stand, accepting it so much that you fucking stop standing there. Because you can't change what you don't acknowledge. You know what I mean? So, and that's the trick. It's like to keep you sitting there liking pictures and like falling into a web of never-ending loserhood. You can't win from that position. It's not you, it's the position. So dragonflies adjust direction instantly. So now imagine a woman loves to play with a guy, right? But imagine you playing with her. What's good, therapy? I'm confident only when my hair looks decent. Imagine you playing with, like, say, women love attention, right? Not predominantly male attention, but they'll take it from wherever they can get it. But let's look at it like this. I'm not a woman hater, but I am acknowledging a lot of shit right now. So that same attention or need for attention that 85% of women have, the dragonfly adjusts direction instantly. So what guys are getting mad at is actually something they should be taking from the woman and then using for themselves, which is the ability to the fact that I don't need to give this woman any attention. I swear to God, I was vlogging in the gym last week and there was two Spanish women. They look like they might have been my age or a little older. And these are women that I would approach last year in the grocery store, and they'll give me some number or some Instagram and never write back, right? But I swear to God that these women would not stop fucking staring at me. And I was like talking to the camera and I was like, yo, Like I was talking about them, but I don't know if they knew I was talking about them because I was enough a distance to get away with that shit. But I was just talking, and the video never uploaded. But I was telling y'all, I was like, "Yo, these women, these two women looking at me right now. This is what I would call choosing signals." And I was breaking it down, and I was like, "These women will want you to come over to talk to them, um, or they're wondering why am I vlogging, which to me is the same thing. It doesn't matter. Like, right, attention is attention because attention is currency. It don't matter how you got it. And I think that's another problem, right? If you only think that attention is always going to be sexual, like just coming from the fact that you're some fucking attractive motherfucker. But I think with them, it was the fact that I was vlogging, but it was also the fact of like, because they seen me before I started vlogging. So we both went from this side of the gym over to that side of the gym. So it started off, I looked at them, I seen them, I'm like, oh, they look good, but I'm not gonna really push up. Right? Because y'all know when I'm in the gym, I'm telling y'all, I'm more about making friends in the gym. So that killed them. I could tell it killed their their campaigning beauty shit. Just like, oh well, this motherfucker right here. If you look even remotely decent to a woman and you don't give her no attention, now you're technically a 10. That's what makes you a 10. That's what makes the rest of that shit go up. So that's what I think had happened with them, because they was damn near nines their self, and I just, in my mind, I'm like, I don't give a fuck. Like, you know what I'm saying? I'm here to work out. I'm here to do X, Y, and Z, and that's what I'm gonna do. And I think that just was killing them. And so one of them, especially one of them, they just overly staring. I'm like, I'm talking to the camera. I'm like, yo, these women right now, bro, they staring and shit. And I just was talking doing my vlog. But I say that to say, the thing that kills a lot of guys is that they care. And women are babied by that. They're like, I know these niggas care. And I know they want some pussy. And it's like, at the end of the day, you shouldn't be mad that that's how they think, fellas. See, that's where y'all going wrong, right? And I always use Job Corps as an analogy. When I was at Job Corps, I didn't give a fuck. You know what I'm saying? I was there to literally to take a trade. That's it. To better my future. And my first friend was somebody who got on the bus with me that was ended up being my roommate. You know what I'm saying? Like, I ended up becoming their roommate. So that was like, okay, I got a homie here, and I was always on my laptop at first, and like obviously talking to people in my fucking room and shit, but just minding my business for the like first 2 weeks. And then, some women attracted to me. And obviously, I'm looking, I told you, I'm talking to more teachers than I'm talking to any student at the school. And I think that I have confidence, but my confidence is different than the average person. But it might be kind of like, it's just different because it's like, hold on. So here's how you explain the dragonfly shit. If she gives short answers, then you disengage smoothly. If she smiles and asks you back, you deepen the conversation. If she teases, you escalate playful banter. No rigidity, no forcing, right? What does that look like? It looks a lot of different ways. But dragonflies adjust direction instantly. The average guy sits still. What's good, Nima? How you doing today? The average guy sits still. And the average guy is like, what do they call it? I appreciate you, Nima. Ain't you like from like the Big Apple? Uh, but yeah, so let's look, and y'all are not gonna like me, y'all women in this today, because I'm talking some shit that's gonna make guys see y'all a little different. But because a lot of guys hate the way y'all, a lot of guys, I don't know if y'all are aware of this, but a lot of guys feel like y'all are the enemy. But the question I have for you women is like, why do you think that is? Because then maybe like, because the shit I'm telling them right now, very important shit in my opinion. It's shit that's gonna stop them from being a woman hater and a woman basher. Because it's very important, because they fall for the bait attached to the hook. And I'm under the understanding that guys would be well off or better if they didn't do that. Because like I said, number 8 was adaptability mid-flight. That is the superpower of the um um uh uh fucking dragonfly, right? We're comparing the dragonfly to the game. Dragonflies adjust direction instantly. What does that fucking look like? What does that look like? Because women will give you a pinch of their attention. Here, let me see how he acts. Like I said, when I was at the gym, 2 Spanish women staring. And they're not stupid. They know when they're staring at you like that. They don't stare at hideous people like that. They don't stare at just anybody. They're like playing this like mental Pac-Man game in their head. Is this guy gonna come over and talk to me? Or whatever the fuck they're thinking. But she smiles and asks you back, and you deepen. What does it mean to deepen the conversation, to bring the conversation to a little bit of a deeper place? She teases and you escalate playful banter. My whole point for this segment right here, fellas, is that that's a directional thing. Like I was saying a couple minutes ago, when you talk to women, it could be very flat, or it could be direction involved. My personal opinion is if you put direction into the equation and she doesn't follow the direction, then she's just full of shit. And she wants some attention. And that's okay. But like, see, I'm not the type of guys who's gonna get mad, but there's a lot of other niggas that will, but I don't get mad. I appreciate the fact that she even acknowledged me at all. I'm cool. I don't give a fuck. And like I tell y'all, when you have hobbies, activities, and events, you know what women compete with the most is your hobbies, activities, and events. They don't compete with other women. This is the secret of society no one's telling you. They don't give a fuck how many women you get. There's other niggas that get a lot of women. That's only level 1. Pre-selection is important, but it's only level 1. Because that been around since the beginning of time. So just because you got other women, and most women have one thing that conquers even players, and it's punani. Because the game is, can I get him to leave and stop giving them women all his attention so I could get some of it, or so that I can whatever. But the truth is, if that's the level, your level is pre-selection, that's the highest you could do, then they're not even going to respect that, because again, they've seen other guys do that, and that doesn't really move the needle as much as you think. Like, it moves the needle hella, but it doesn't move the needle all the way, because that's, like I said, anything that I call you out an opponent. They're thinking chess. I'm talking about chess right now. Anything your opponent has seen before is not powerful. It's not as powerful as it could be and as it would be if it was the first time. So the dragonfly teaches to what's a step above having other women? A step above having other women is not, you don't even, hey, this guy is better than the guy who got other women. There's a lot of guys that got other women that women look at and be like, I would never fuck with him. And it's not because they're saying it, they're just like, he's not my type. He's a try hard. He got other women, but he's a cornball. You feel what I'm saying? But then there's another guy who don't got other women, that's not a cornball, but other women might like him, but he don't really got other women. Where he talked to a lot of women, whatever. But she's like, this guy, I'd sleep with him. So the problem is guys can't predict when a woman's gonna really buy into their attraction or charm or whatever, or she's gonna put a down payment on like, hey, I want that D. You can't predict that. And I think that bugs men because men like to know shit. Like scientists, we like to know everything. But you can't predict if she gonna really pull up. You can't even predict. Like if you go out for a week, approach women, you can't predict that any of them are gonna pull up. You can't predict that type of shit. You just can be allowanced. You could be allowing of the fact that one of them or two of them did pull up. You can only allow that type of shit. So what I'm saying is that that's the first battle because women are going to look like, hey, is this guy always free or not? If you are never free, that's powerful. Never free is powerful. Always free is no power, and sometimes free is sometimes power. But I want to have to make time to lay and play with her. I want to have to make time. That's sexy. If you have to make time to play and lay, that's sexy. That's grown man business. But if this is why women don't sleep with you guys, because you think that your first reflex is to get her to come over, or your first reflex is to sleep with her, or your first reflex is to get her on a date and not build any type of plausible deniability or reason for her to actually be like thirsty for you. So another way of looking at this is you're too easy, right? You're too easy. You're not a challenge. When I was in the gym and I was vlogging and doing things and walking around and minding my business, women see that as a challenge because they're like, okay, he has other things he's doing besides just staring at our ass. And it's not fake, it's real. You know, that thing, and women are very good at spotting fake and real. And when it's real, motherfucker. When it's fake, it's fake. So if you're like, oh, I'm gonna act busy, or I'm gonna act like I gotta do a lot of stuff, that's not going to be sustainable. But they can tell because you might look at them too, like, oh, damn, they look good. But they can also read energy, nervousness. Like I feel like when I looked at the girls in the gym, I genuinely was just looking. I noticed that they look good. I even thought about talking to them at first, but I just didn't. Not because I was scared, but because I understood that I'm not going to talk to every woman I see. And I declared that before I signed up for the gym. So this is not personal. It's my own regimen of how I move. And That's why a lot of guys get rejected, because they're aimlessly shooting. And I'm telling you, this fucking dragonfly doesn't do that. It doesn't aimlessly fucking shoot. It doesn't waste energy on shit that doesn't return fucking what you gonna call it. Because that's how they keep you down. That's how they keep you lost in their sauce. You know what women want? They want a challenge. They want a guy who's like this life that I'm living is all about me. And it's not gonna stop being all about me if you come and give me a little bit of head. You know what I'm saying? It's not gonna stop. Why would she want somebody that's gonna stop? Why would she want someone who's starting off one way and then stops? Like I said, they can read if something's real or fake. So you might as well just be real. Have a life that is already in place that you really respect. Because if a woman is you won't cut a woman off if you really don't respect your life. So if you really respect what you're doing in your life, she becomes the interchangeable chess piece. She could be changed. We can't be changed. Unless we want to. That's power. Unless we fucking want to change, then that's different. But these women giving these short answers and these short text messages and whatever the case, that come from you being thirsty. That shit don't just fucking happen to no fucking stranger. That come from you being thirsty. She smiles and asks you something. Now you could deepen the conversation. She teases you. You could escalate playfully and banter. But having an attachment to an outcome comes from you not having any game. The more game you got, the less of attachment to an outcome. See, there's no such thing as both. People with game is not attached to no outcome. And people who are attached to outcomes always never have no game. It's not no 50-50 type of thing. It's presence and presence type of thing. It's presence on top of presence. It's dominance on top of dominance. Like people who rule the world is dominance on top of dominance. It's not dominance on top of whatchamacallit. But number 9, it's funny. It says silent dominance. They're quiet predators. You don't announce, I'm alpha. I run game. I don't chase. It's crazy. I was just saying that. But I really don't. But maybe I'll stop now. Maybe I'll stop shouting proudly that I don't chase and that I have game. I try to say that I don't. I told y'all yesterday I don't got no fucking game. But people are gonna think what they're gonna think, so I don't really care. But it says you show it. Calm eye contact, measured speech, slow, controlled smile, slow movements. That's another thing I think them girls picked up in the gym. Like I was moving slow. And I think that has a lot to do with working out and just feeling inside your body. Like I was moving in a way where it was like, I see y'all, but I'm not pressed. I think that was killing them because I think the more beautiful they are, the more pressed the more psychedelic you not chasing them feels. Like, so you're more attractive to an attractive woman. Like I told y'all about women that are 6s and 7s or 6s. 7s get the pass, but 6s. Those women play hardball because they're fake. They think they something they not, so they gotta do more. But a woman that's really beautiful is like, they're more likely to fall into that because they're like, I only know the world through beauty, like through being. I only know the world through genuinely being chased, not tricking a man to chase me, but genuinely being chased. So I would argue they're a little easier. Also, like a woman that's a 8, a 9, and a 10. The problem is most guys don't go talk to 8, 9s, and 10s, and 8, 9s, and 10s are usually surrounded by some type of male energy or some type of clan energy. that they're with hanging around some type of clan. And if you don't fit in, or if you don't know how to work the group, then you're less likely to even open up a conversation, which is crazy. But that's my point exactly. These women are starved because they're hanging with people in some social circle, and they're like, yeah, I fucking Brad or fucking Tyrone a million times, and yeah, I like it, but it's not really like, I would appreciate if one of these other guys came in and said something. Like, what's the point of me being this beautiful? And that's what I'm saying. They have that thought more frequently than a woman that's a six. A woman that's a six is just like, well, I want to be like her. I want to be like Rihanna. I want to be like this. I want to be. And then they're simultaneously kissing their friend's ass and shooting men down because they think men only want to sleep with me. This is my experience. I've only had men trying to sleep with me. So what is this guy that is handsome doing, trying to get my number in the middle of the mall? I mean, how dare him? This guy is not worthy of my fucking to tie my shoe. And all because of her sisters told her that. Some clan of women have told her that she's her punani is so special. Which it is. But I'm just saying that philosophy, man, is just different. But what I'm saying is that regardless of what they got between their legs, man, it's just a matter of when we talk about social dynamics. If a woman is chasing a guy versus a guy chasing a woman, those two things usually end up two different ways. And if you guys want to preserve your energy, you got to think like the dragonfly. You can't think like you, because you're not a thinker. You know what I'm saying? You've never been that smart or that informed about women. You never understood, because women don't always choose a guy. They get chosen by certain guys. And this is another thing. Guys think like either too black or too white, not gray area. Like either guys think women got to come to me, or they think I got to go up to all women. And it's really the gray area, because if you really are what we call a hunter, do you care if this, whatever you're hunting, comes up to you first, or that you go up to it first? You don't really care about how, if we use sex as an analogy, happens. You don't really care how you get to that point, because that in nature does not matter. It might matter to inside of your like moral compass, but in nature, that shit does not matter. And the reason it doesn't matter is because history said so. And if history says so, then I ain't gonna sit here and act like it matters. Because whether a woman is sexually attracted to me from the beginning, or I'm looking at her and I'm sexually attracted to her, it doesn't matter. Because if nothing happens, nothing happens. If something happens, something happens. But that's the only two things that matter. All the other stuff is just like a distraction. I don't give a fuck. It's just an excuse to make a love story or some type of like movie off of capitalist, off of love. It doesn't have anything to do with nature at all. In the real world, you take your chances, the percentage of chances per day you're going to take. And then if some women come to you, they come to you. If they don't, they don't. Like fishing, you put your fish in the fucking water, your fishing rod in the water. Like you don't control the waves of the water or the fucking weather or all of that shit. Oh, karma. Bro, shut your ass up. Karma what? This motherfucker ain't shooting as many shots as this one, and this one made more because they shot more shots. What karma? What fucking love stories and movies have y'all been watching that causes so much cognitive dissonance that you think that you're losing because of all of these supernatural things. It's just effort. Effort beats patience. No, I said that wrong. Effort, this is my thesis, theology or whatever. Effort wins championships. Luck wins games. Kobe Bryant was a champion because of his effort. Jordan was a champion because of his effort. If you look at the way coaches talk about Jordan, it'll give you a lot of insight to his personality. Same thing with Kobe. Number 10, detachment from outcome. This is the biggest one. Dragonflies don't emotionally attach to one missed catch. Miss, they reposition. This kills desperation, and usually outcome hunger messes people up. Dragonfly mode equals you're practicing awareness, not trying to win. The real shift. People are not hunting women. You're hunting opportunities, hunting moments, hunting calibration. The gym isn't prey territory. It's training grounds. So slow down, observe first, choose instead of react. Detach from needing a result. People get messy when they rush. They overthink the next line. And you go outcome hungry. So one of the biggest things people got to realize is this overthinking part. What is overthinking? Where does it really come from? It comes from you thinking you're not good enough. Overthinking literally comes from not thinking you're good enough. Like, you could post a video or go live every day on any app and get rich. Literally, if you thought you was good enough. That's all it is. Because all you're doing is pressing record or play and putting yourself in front of the camera for X amount of hours. But that collapses as soon as you start feeling like you're not good enough. Oh, all right, that's enough. Let me turn this off. Let me go do this. And there's nothing wrong with taking breaks, but it's time. It's how much time you put into whatever you're doing that leads to the outcome. Time. And people will try to distract you. And that's what I'm saying. It don't matter what gender they are. They're trying to distract you. I don't had a lot of guys try to distract me over the last couple of years. Because what people don't tell you is the power of distraction. It takes one distraction. Look at the word. You can't spell the word distraction without dis and action. Disaction. Or distraction. We need traction. But if I'm distracted, then there's no traction. You need that to manifest. You need that to grow. You need that to sustain energy. You got to be grounded. You got to be focused. You got to be present. And that's the biggest part. A lot of people want to kill your motivation. Motivation rules the nation. You need to be motivated 24/8, 25/8, motivated. Not disencouraged, not disenchanted, not disenfranchised. None of that shit. None of that shit means anything but a bunch of fucking witchcraft. That's what that is. People trying to make you believe something that's not real. Mental manipulation, mental gymnastics. That's what that is. Literally. Energy is everything. I've been saying that since last year. Energy is everything. Because, like I tell you, women are reacting to two different things, fellas. They're reacting to your energy and what you're saying. So, the average guy is going to keep asking two questions. What do I say? Or what bullshit did I just say? Or is my energy good enough? Because maybe it's not. But you need both. You need your energy to be high frequency, and you need to be saying something that is worth responding to. If one of those are disenfranchised, then you lose the game. Because women are literally responding to simultaneously both of those things. They're responding to both of those things. So it get wicked out here. But and stagnation ain't your worst enemy either. Stagnation is not your worst enemy all the time. Obviously, it is in terms of lifestyle dynamics, but it's not in terms of dating. That's not what makes you attractive or sexually attractive all the time. Women do like a nigga with motion, but I'm saying like sometimes you could be a bum under a bridge if you got game. Let me see. Let me see. So let's look at resistance real quick, because resistance is something guys should pay attention to before we end this video. We've been live for 2 hours. It's cool 2 hour live. So there's different types of resistance. If you don't separate them, you'll miscalibrate. All right, I've been using that word a lot lately because it's very fucking important. But right off the rip, you have stranger defense. So we can use the gym analogy. Appreciate the love. We can use the gym analogy. Stranger defense. This is cold responses, short answers, turning away. I have a boyfriend early. This isn't personal. This is I don't know you yet. What's good, Alicia? Hello, that was me. What's goody? What's goody? How you? So the solution is to stay light, don't push, don't qualify yet. So when a woman tells me like she got a boyfriend or something like that, I definitely don't push at all. You know what I'm saying? Like I said, one thing about me, I'm super okay with being rejected. It doesn't mean anything to me. So I'm never super thrown off balance by something like that. That's what's good. What you getting into today? Let me see. Number 2, resistance is the second form of resistance. This is prove it. Now she's engaged, but she's testing. This looks like playful pushback, slight attitude, ignoring your tease, acting impressed. This is actually good. It means she's interacting. Your job here, stay unfazed. If you react emotionally, you lose your frame. A3, why me? This is subtle. Uh, when you go to talk to her, you might be saying some fly shit. Uh, Sometimes she doesn't invest back. She stays neutral. She avoids answering deeply. That means attraction isn't solid yet. A lot of guys don't realize that. They don't realize that attraction could, like, when you first start talking to a woman, like, the attraction might not be solid yet. Like, they don't realize that that's a two different things. Two different things from the initial he's cute to the solid attraction. That's important. Uh, Hold on real quick. So anyway, um, so sometimes early on, fellas, she doesn't invest back. She stays neutral. She avoids answering certain questions that you ask her, and that's normal. I think a lot of guys don't think that's normal, but that's absolutely fucking normal. So get used to that. That means attraction isn't solid yet. It does not mean that she's not interested. So you go back, you know what I'm saying? You know what I'm saying? To just regular talking. You don't really try to push nothing. You know what I'm saying? The next thing you got is um emotional distance, not wanting to move. Like, say if you like, say if you're in the gym, and see, in the gym, there's a couple places in the gym. I like to put my hand like this. This is a symbol to me. This is a symbol. That's a square, right? So every building that you enter, this is a part of Geo game. Every part of the world, even right now, that you enter is a fucking square. So when you talk to a woman, when you meet that woman, y'all are technically in a square. Ironically, we're on the phone right now; it's a square, but we're in a square, right? So I want y'all to use this symbol as a thought for Geo game, Geo rosters, wherever your Geo roster places are. the gym, the grocery store. You know, I met women at everywhere. I've met women at the bus stop, the closest bus stop to my house. Like, I mean, I've met them every fucking where. So, but for so long, I haven't thought like this. Like, okay, right now we're in a square. When I meet her, we're in a square, and the square is invisible. If you're at a bus stop, obviously, you know, you're fucking middle of fucking nowhere. But at the same time, what I'm trying to say is there's always a place that you can move to with her, because there's things you could say that are not creepy, not weird, but it is like, oh, there's a quiet spot over here. Let's go over here. You know, there's that. And what I'm trying to say is, in a gym, for me personally, you're not gonna fucking bring a woman to a fucking locker room or some bathroom or some shit. I mean, unless that y'all both agree on that. But what I'm saying is, you would move her to maybe the aerobic place. Like, there's this little part of the gym where, you know, they have like certain it's more quiet. Like, and so before you try to take these women out on dates and all of this crazy shit, you're taking a stranger. Remember, you feel, because a lot of you guys don't even talk to women. So you're taking a stranger on a date to get her a lobster or a steak, to realize that she's not attracted to you and that you're not even charming. But you already knew you wasn't charming. But now you're just remembering through this stranger that you don't got no game. And if she gives you a fucking chance, then you're going to fail because you don't got no game. Now, the more game you got, the more dates, and the more game you got, the better the dates. And the more game you got, the more she doesn't even care about the date. So then she just want to link up. So y'all tell me what path sound more convincing, because that shit is crazy. But listen, so in terms of locations and shit like that, there's gonna always be some a square that you're in to some degree. You just gotta make it mentally. Think of you and the woman as y'all are in a cube right now. Y'all are in a cube, and this is, say you meet her at the gym, like I said, you would after a while of talking to her and shit like that, you might invite her to go to a quieter corner with you so you could talk to her in the gym. And for me, there's like I said, in every gym, really, there's some quiet spaces, but the average guy, let's be honest, is not spitting enough game or talking enough to these women to actually even have the nuts to ask her that. So that's, first of all, I would say the first red flag. Because if you can't ask her to move locations with you, what are you asking for her Instagram for? Because as a woman, if I ain't following you into the aerobic area of the gym, then I damn sure don't want to text you. Oh, that's not the same thing, bro. Yeah, in terms of fucking getting kidnapped, it's not the same thing. But in terms of her liking you, it's the same thing. Because if she likes you, she's gonna follow you. You say, let's go over to a place that's a little more quiet so we could talk. She's gonna follow you. So that right there will kill a lot of shit right there. Because if she say, no, I think I'm gonna stay over here with my friend, she don't trust you. She don't like you. And so why you want her number? You understand what I'm saying? Why? So she could not go out on a date with you and prove that she don't like you when I'm game like Will is right here telling you she don't like you. So her not wanting to move locations, her saying something like, I should probably go soon, or pulling away physically. Am I right, Leisha? Let me know how I'm right, though. As a woman, give us some insight on how I'm right and how I'm wrong. If you won't move with me from this cube that we're in, and you won't move to me, and where I meet you at a bus stop, and I chop it up with you for a little bit, we chop it, say 20 minutes, 30 minutes, whatever. And I just tell you, there's a little quiet spot over here, let's talk a little more. Now, obviously, depending, it all depends. But like, because if you got to go to work or some shit. But I'm just saying, like, you know what I'm trying to say. And my whole point is when I talk about geo game is guys need to incorporate that because they need to realize that a woman is literally physically going to follow you, not verbally, not metaphysically, not through some fucking phone. But that'll even work too at that point. What I'm saying, the attraction needs to be, you need to be attractive. And there's ways to work on your level of attraction for sure, but because she's using her friends as an excuse. Oh, you saying that yeah, yeah, that's yeah, exactly. Because when a woman likes a guy, the friends are invisible. All of that shit is a facade. It's a fake. It's fake. So it doesn't even. Yeah, that shit is an excuse. That shit is just funny. It's funny though, but it's an excuse. Um. So, but that typically means, Alicia, is that um trust isn't built enough yet. Trust isn't built enough yet. This is funny because it really doesn't have anything to do fully with her being sexually attracted to you all the time. Oh shit. Let me see. Uh, I'm interested. If I'm interested, I'm yelling. I'll be right back, girl, and go with him to talk. Yeah, you heard it here first, chat. You heard it here first. Now, this is the thing, man. I want y'all fellas to take what she's saying and put it in your heart, in your emotion, in your emotional field, and download that shit. Cause you gotta understand, man. She's telling you the facts right now. If she like you, she gonna follow you. If she don't like you, she gonna make an excuse. You know what I'm saying? This is not solved with more teasing. It's solved with grounding and normal conversation. Because again, it's a comfort thing. Like that I'm talking about. Like you're gauging how comfortable she is with you, fellas. You're not. This has nothing to do with literal attraction, and I think guys get that fucked up so frequently because in America, we're taught that looks matter, and they do to a degree. You know what I'm saying? A woman is more likely to go somewhere with um some guy she thinks is hot than some guy that she thinks lives under a bridge. But that's two different extremes. That's two extremes. We're talking about the average motherfucker. You know what I'm saying? It's more average people than both of those extremes. So what, like, the thing that's gonna make her follow you is gonna be how comfortable she is. And yes, like I said, sometimes it's your attraction level that makes her feel like you're not a killer, but that definitely does not mean that. But even if you killed her and you were sexy, she probably would be like, "This isn't a bad way to die." But no, that's how crazy women. But listen, far and large, like I said, there's no such thing as an attractive guy. Only women are attractive. So what I'm trying to say is this: when I say that, is that they will follow a guy that they feel like is sexy. And when I say sexy, I'm not talking about your physical genetic face. I'm talking about this guy has something about him that I can't figure out, and he makes me feel comfortable. That combination is deadly. Because like I said, even with me, I feel like a lot of women throughout my life don't thought I was cute, whatever the case. But I don't mean I had all of them comfortable. You know what I'm saying? Some women that don't know me, they not comfortable. Because comfort is a different matter than your fucking face. But it doesn't mean that she's seeing you and she's like, oh, he's cute. But like a woman could look at you like he's cute, but like I don't know if I see him in this light yet. I don't know if I see him in that light yet. You know what I mean? And so that's what I'm trying to tell guys is that if you're not like in the pickup artist community, they call it building attraction. If you're not making it attraction, then it's like if you're not teasing her, if you're not doing certain shit that builds attraction, why should she like that come before comfort? You don't walk up to a stranger and try to make them comfortable. You start a conversation. The conversation is injected with a bunch of attraction to however you inject that attraction. Once the attraction is kind of built up, now you're okay, let me pull back and inject it with some comfort. Build some comfort. And like I said, if she don't want to move with you inside of this fucking box, from this side of the box to this side of the box, from the leg press to the fucking aerobic room, that's what I call it. The room where you could jump rope and shit. She don't want to move with you from there to there, and it's like 8 feet away, 4 feet away. Then why do you think she like you? Why do you want her number? Why do you want her Instagram? Because at that point, I feel like you're trying to secure something that's insanely insecure. Now you have to make them comfortable. What you mean now you have to make them comfortable? What you mean by that? I agree, but what you mean? Are you saying what I just said, or are you saying something different? Like make me laugh or bring up a conversation. Yeah, yeah, that's what I was saying. Like Donald Trump threatens to deport Robert De Niro. I mean to deport Robert De Niro. De Niro warned Trump will never leave office voluntarily and urges Americans to remove him from power. 91% of Americans believe Trump has become erratic with age. According to Reuters, Trump called De Niro sick and demented with extremely low IQ and suggested criminal behavior. Only 39% of Americans approve of Trump's presidential performance per recent Washington Post. So Alicia, you saying, oh, you saying, he got to talk to you more at that point. He got to talk to you more. That makes total sense, and that's what I'm trying to say. Like, and that's why I tell guys to actually use the conversational car, because that's something I built. And it's funny because I'm not naturally super verbal. Like, you know what I'm saying? Growing up, obviously I talked to people and had cousins and classmates and friends and shit like that. But I, even in them situations, I was very, they'll tell you, like, laid back, and just didn't see too much purpose in I wasn't like always willing to initiate all the time. Like, you feel what I'm saying? Now, once I know you, and it's kind of this expectation that's there. You know what I'm saying? Of like, familiar faces and shit like that. But with a woman you don't really know in a gym, and you're basically, and some pickup artists say this, you're basically 90%. You're carrying 90%, and you should think that way, because at first, that's the key word, at first. And then the other 10% is just illusion, because, right, because like I didn't think that way, but now I'm seeing that why that would be that, because a lot of women, and this is my opinion as well as the shit I'm talking about, they think in a way where it's like, and it's not just women, but even how I said I felt growing up, like, why is this person talking to me? You know what I'm saying? So there is an element of like entitlement, of like, I don't need to speak to you. You know what I'm saying? Especially in New York or wherever people are from, like, it's just a feeling of like, I'd rather stay in my comfort zone. And I think it's important that men peep that, and they because then if they peep that, then they'll know that it's not that they're unattractive, it's not that they're weird, it's just that they're not understanding the lay of the land. You know what I'm saying? And you got to understand the lay of the land in order for you to actually survive and thrive. You know what I'm saying? I think we're going to be live a little longer, but I think it's pretty much coming to an end, because it's a lot of, it's time to kind of either move to another room, or maybe end the live soon, because it started getting too difficult to be live. And that's how I know that it's but this has been fun. But last but not least, um say for instance, the woman does move with you into the aerobic room, and y'all have better, deeper conversations and things like that. Okay, so maybe I'll stay, but I just gotta see. I just gotta, but we chopping it. We chopping it right now. So say we do go, I meet a woman in the gym, we chop it. I tell her, let's go to the aerobic room. It was getting good. Let's go. We go to the aerobic room, or whatever the case, or say we even move to Chipotle, or, I mean, listen, this is why I love the idea of the box, or I'm not gonna call it the cube, but the box, right? Whenever you meet somebody that's like y'all are in a box, technically, you just don't see it. Like, right, if you don't got no game, you ain't gonna see that shit. But when you realize that you are talking to a stranger in a box, an imaginated box, then it becomes quite easier to imagine that, hey, Game Like Will taught me about something called geo game, and geographics actually fucking matter. And I'm talking to this woman, and kind of um not imagining some attraction being there, but she's giving you signs that I like you back, or whatever. She likes you, or she likes you back, whatever. But that's there, and that's a whole another part of, like, the pickup community. They call it indicators of interest, or indicators of disinterest. And I think this is so important, because women do not tell you, hey, I want to sleep with you. So that's a big issue. But I mean, I've had that happen before. Well, not really. I had a woman tell me I was super sexy and shit like that. Oh, you're sexy. And so that let me know a lot. But that's not happening every day. And good idea, the box. Yeah, the box to get you some box. You feel me? So when you understand the box, it helps you to see like, okay, there's a difference between leading somebody. You can lead someone mentally, emotionally, physically, metaphysically. You can lead somebody. So moral of the story is, my advice for guys is to test it. Test, is she actually following you? You don't have to get her number. You don't have to inbox her on Instagram. You don't have to do any of this fake shit for for you to just go to a nearest gym or go to a nearest Subway or go to and I'm talking about the food place, not the train station. You can go to the nearest Walmart, nearest Target. I mean, those places to me is a little harder because appreciate that. Shout out to Alicia for becoming a member. I appreciate you. Shout out to you. Shout out to Alicia for becoming a GL Dub member. I appreciate that so much. Shout out to you. Shout out to you. And I like the fact that you're engaging in the topic. Like, that's important to me, engaging in the topic. But shout out to you for becoming a member. So the box, and it's the thing. Obviously, the box is in your mind. It's not in real life. So you're talking to this woman, and you're and it's no point in imagining a box at first, right? But I'm talking about when you get to a certain point in conversation, and like I told you, when I'm at the gym and I tell her, let's move to the aerobic room real quick, because I want to talk, get some quiet time and we talk a little more, right? That implies that I feel like I talked to her enough to make that happen. Not that I said, "Oh, you're pretty," and she's like, "Oh, thank you," and you're like, "Oh, well, da da da." And obviously that could escalate fast too. So I'm not saying that wouldn't work, but I'm just saying you as a man have to gauge, do I feel like, not even do I feel like, but like, am I at that point? Am I at that point? What's good? Oh, is that the same woman from a different account or no? Oh no, Alice and Alicia. I swear I got y'all names mixed up in the past, and it's funny to see both of y'all in here at the same time. And it's, what's crazier? I asked both of y'all if y'all had Instagram, and both of y'all said no. So now, and I think both of y'all are from New York. So I'm really confused, not gonna lie. But I do remember both of y'all individually. Alice and Alicia. I have one. I don't really use it. Still, you should add me up there just because. Either Snapchat or Instagram. See, and for the people that's watching, this is friendship. This is friendship. I'm not afraid to be thirsty in a friendship. I'm afraid to be thirsty in courtship. And I'm not saying friendship don't turn into courtship, but I'm just saying OVS. What that mean? Alicia, I said hi to you. And we got Naima in here. Naima, wait. Naima, why you keep leaving and coming back? You're free to do what you want. I just want to know. It means obviously. No, it's not obvious. These men think that being a woman's friend is like a way to punani, to like, they think that's a way to box. And it is, but not for me. So I gotta let these guys know that for me, if you call yourself following my game, my teaching, my preaching, and all of that, I'm not doing that for that reason. So I don't want guys, because guys would be like, yo, look at him, he's trying to be their friend so he can like add them on Instagram. No, it's not what I'm doing. I like to add people in general from my YouTube to my Instagram. And I got the wrong Instagram in my bio, so y'all will have to get it manually. My Instagram is Will the GLW. Will the GLW. So y'all ladies, go follow me on Instagram and come back immediately. Will the GLW. It's very simple. Will the GLW. That's it. That's it. That's it. You know what I'm saying? And I'm not on Instagram all the time, but I'll be over there, you know, enough to where I got a couple videos over there working out in the gym and shit like that. So it's well, I got one video, one reel over there. Appreciate y'all. Appreciate y'all. Naima, why you be leaving though? So yeah, y'all go do that, and then we're gonna continue to talk about this shit because it's a thing. Are you cooking? What you making? I ain't gonna lie, I ain't eating nothing all day from the time I woke up this morning, to be honest. I think subconsciously I went on like a little fast, but it's about that time. It's about that time that I re-engage with some good eats. Otherwise, because I might even hit a store. I might go to a store, but I don't feel like it. Like for the last 3 days, I haven't even went to the gym. I haven't even, because you know it snowed and shit like that. So now it's clear. It cleared up like yesterday. It was looking good out there the day before. It was sunny earlier today too. But for some reason I just don't go out when it's super sunny out there. I wait till it get like dark almost. Then I make another excuse and be like, yo, like it's maybe tomorrow. Like just yesterday, I told myself, I looked out the window, I'm about to try to go to the gym, but then I was like, it's already like 6 o'clock, 6:30. And I'm like, you know, I might as well stay in. And that's when I dropped the video yesterday doing an in-home workout. And then I'm like, yo, I'll leave tomorrow around 4, 5, and it's 5 right now. But if I don't go out there right now, I'm telling you, because I'm on a pattern of not going outside. So this is like day number 4, day number 3. So I made some burgers and cut up some potatoes to make some fries. That's another thing, man. Hey, people, it's cliche, but a woman that could cook, bro, is very important. Very fucking important. Oh, you got my IG? She said, but I did eat yesterday for the first time. But I did eat yesterday for the first time. What you mean for the first time? I seen food on your YouTube channel. I seen that on your YouTube channel. But you told me you don't got Snapchat or Instagram. And so you've been fasting for a few days. It's weird. Like when people say like, what type of woman do you like, or what qualifies a woman to you? Like what makes a woman qualify for you, whatever. It's strange for me. I'm not gonna lie, because it's multiple things. It's like I want a woman that's healthy. I want a woman that fasts, but I want a woman that knows how to cook. but I want a woman that loves fruit because I love to eat fruit. But then again, sometimes I don't. Sometimes I don't mind eating like fast, like certain shit. So it's really like I have chaos in my own reality. But I've been eating quinoa lately, so that allowed me to not need rice. I don't need rice no more because I got quinoa. I got a store down the street where I could keep getting that shit. So yesterday I ate a big ass bowl of quinoa. I put cayenne pepper, salt, sea salt. I made about 6 eggs. Y'all know, like I don't even eat like that, but because I'm trying to build body weight, I'm like, let me eat a lot of protein. So I made the eggs, put some vegetarian cheese in the eggs, mix that shit up, a whole bunch of salt on that bitch. Then I put that on top of the quinoa, and then I put honey. I put some of that dark forest honey in the quinoa. I've been doing that lately. That shit fire. I'm not gonna lie. That shit tastes like duck sauce. That shit tastes like maple syrup, rice. But we mix that all up, crazy, and that's good for a bunch of protein. You get a bunch of protein, and then obviously I had a protein shake after that, and then my goal every day is to hit 140. Um, and then I had some Greek yogurt, so I've definitely probably hit my goal yesterday with that. But it's not easy, man. It's not easy. It feels good and praying. Oh, you're a Muslim? Uh, in a few days. Also, you Christian? No, I don't. I got to make an account. You don't have Instagram or Snapchat? That's crazy. Uh, feels good. Yeah, so like that's the thing with me with women. Like before we even talk about religion or anything, I want to get to know you as a human, and then I want to get to know you as a individual. And then to me, religion comes after those two. For most people, they come in with religion first. And that's just me, you know what I'm saying? Yes, but I have a personal relationship with God. Yeah, facts. And that's one thing I feel about myself as well. Like, you know what I'm saying? That's why I say, like, when it comes to dating, I don't even bring up relationship. I don't even bring that up for real, for real. I try to get to know you on a one-on-one. Cause I know like for me, I'm a likable guy. So usually the religion thing just gives a reason for people to be divided, but I'm a likable guy. If you hang with me 24 hours or more, you know what I'm saying? Most women that like me though, they don't never ask for no religion shit. I've noticed that pattern. So it will all like I remember I approached these two chicks and I approached it was not late at night. They couldn't really see me and my energy was a little off. So I think because they wasn't that attracted, that's the first thing like, do you believe in God? Like, don't ask me that. Don't ask me that. Like the short. I'm not. Listen. That shit bothers me. Don't ask me that. But obviously, when you like somebody, you don't ask them that. You know what I'm saying? Like that's real shit. Like I've noticed that as a pattern last year. Like when a woman ain't feeling you, she gonna ask you some stupid shit. It seems smart, but it's smart for her, stupid for the relationship. Like like it's smart for her and shit, but it's not smart for the relate. Like it's and if there's no relationship, there's no relationship. So uh really religious people will come on strong like that question. Yeah, that question is just stupid. It's just like because if you like a guy, you'll probably bend all of that shit anyway, but it's just like people just be saying shit. That's true. I really don't want to base a whole relationship on religion, but I do love God. Yeah, and that's my whole thing. Like, if you fall in love with God before you met me, that's fine. But when you meet me, if you still like, it's like you love your dad, right? But if you see someone handsome enough, you're like, okay, well, my dad's not on the tip of my mind right now. It's the same thing for me. It's the same exact thing. Like if you put anything before me, you just don't think I'm your type. That's just what's going on. Like there's no fooling me. There's no pulling the wool over my eyes. And it's simply because I study this shit. But if I ain't study it, I'll be just as blind as everybody else. But it saves me a lot of time. It's just religion is just a buffer and an excuse. It's much more than that, obviously. There's a lot of good stuff about religion, but in terms of dating, it has little to do with that. But when someone makes it about that, it's a red flag for me because it's like you already have a boyfriend. His name is God. So not to say I don't believe in God and not to say that I'm the devil worshiper, but I just think that you wouldn't be bringing that up if you thought I was like Pimpin' Ken said, if you think I'm handsome, pay my ransom. You know what I'm saying? But you don't want to pay my ransom. So let me see. So say me, I tell the girl at the gym, let's go to the aerobic section. And she's like, okay, let's go. And we go to the aerobic section, we chill, I tell her to work on her workout a little bit, get that arch right. And we keep teasing each other more, conversation gets deep, fun and deep. And eventually we say we're at the gym for 2 hours and then say we go to Whole Foods to get salads for another 2 hours. And then we are in the car riding back to my place or some shit like that for an hour. And in between the car ride into my house might be an hour, maybe less than an hour. But let's just say all of that time adds up, right? Because that's another thing, time. And that's what I was saying earlier in the video, guys don't realize the importance of time. And because they don't realize the importance of time, like I said, they waste their time and they let women ask them questions like, are you religious? And then it doesn't add up into any attraction at all. Excuse me. It doesn't add up to sexual attraction at all. So I'm trying to tell these guys. Like women are doing that shit with the bull where they put the sheet out so you can run through the fucking sheet and they move the fucking sheet. And you fall for it every time because you're full of bullshit. But what I'm telling you is that not women, I'm saying us guys. But when you full of this ism, when you full of this game and you full of it, you never ever put energy into something that doesn't really add up. So then you ask your question. If I told her, let's go to the aerobic room and she said, no, I got to get back to my friends, then there's a good chance she doesn't see you like she sees Trey Songz and Chris Breezy. She doesn't. But hold on, let's go. That sounds nice, LOL. What sounds nice? Like the day that I just laid out? What sounds nice? Is it the arch? The arch sounds nice or what? Hold on. Let me see. So we get back to my house, no shower, no nothing, straight dirt. Me and her both sweat dirt. We're not getting in the shower. We're going to get it on dirty. Hold on. No, when you mentioned about going to the gym, then going to Whole Foods, then back to your place. You feel what I'm saying? Nah, listen, I got it all planned out. And this is something, this can happen. Don't think this, just imagine this can happen. But I'm just saying, listen, that's a nice decked out day. Like you said, it sounds nice because it is nice, right? Technically it is nice, right? And that's what I'm saying. Most guys, they just not thinking this shit through. They're just like, oh, I walk up to a girl in the middle of TJ Maxx and I tell her that I think she's hot. She said I had a boyfriend and I must be hideous. That's what their brain is telling them. And so that's just a sour place to be. You know what I'm saying? It's very a sour place to be. And we don't want to think so ignorant. We want to think smart and we want to make this shit make sense. Because what, you went up to somebody or somebody came up to you and you told them you got a boyfriend? What happened? Because listen, if I name something perfectly, it's because I know the patterns. I know the patterns. Trust me, last year I got rejected a lot, not gonna lie. But it's because I shot my shot. You think about it. I shot my shot 15 times, not every fucking day, but towards the end of the year, I started probably like around like September, maybe. So like that you're gonna get rejected, and that's natural. But somebody came up to me and I was like, well, I'm dating at the time, and he just walked away sad. Nah, bro. Listen, that's one thing I ain't never did. I never let them see me sweat. Ever. Because listen, I'm telling you, I've always had women thinking I was cute since I was young. So it hurts sometimes because you're not conscious. Like, okay, your subconscious is going to tell you, like, damn, like, what's going on? Like, I got rejected. Like, that could happen, but it's not that serious because it's like, that's why I said earlier, every man got their own history, because my history tells me that it doesn't matter. But someone else's history might be so bad that it actually does matter. There's been times, though, where I got rejected. Sometimes you get rejected 7 times in a row, 6 times in a row. And those days will make you question, like, damn, am I hideous? But you just got to remember that you're not. You feel what I'm saying? Look in the mirror and accept that some of these women really got boyfriends. Like, some of them really got boyfriends, and then also you're going directly up to a stranger. You're not thinking about the fact that you're like, if everything in the world needs to be heated up and warmed up, even the vagina itself, and you walking up to her like a fish out of water, and you telling her what you want and what you think about her. She never said what she wanted and what she thought about you yet, and so you're obviously stepping into a territory or a place that you just don't belong in yet, or you haven't warmed her up to you. Like, when you think about high school, you're seeing these people every day, so there's a bunch of reasons why they're going to have plausible deniability to tell you yes or maybe no, but then feel bad after that they told you no. But somebody you meet, and if a woman don't already been through heartbreaks herself and got played and she's seen a lot of stuff, the possibility of no goes up. So just understand that. You feel what I'm saying? Just understand that shit. He walked away with his homeboys. Yeah, man, that's what I'm saying, man. That should be. And then I don't even approach with no homeboys. You feel what I'm saying? But if I have a wingman, and this is my advice for the fellas, if you have one wingman, like at the gym, I know, a couple folks, but one person especially, because before I even went to the gym, I had went on Instagram and had looked at the gym, and I literally found Instagrams, like, and I'm not no spy or anything like that, but one person I know, you know what I'm saying, that I met on Instagram. And by the time I got there, I literally seen, bro, like either the first or second time I went there, and Like I've been chopping it up with bro every time I hit the gym. Not every time, but like whenever he's there and I'm there, we chop it up. You know, we talk about food, working out. Bro got a girlfriend and whatnot. So he even said he'd be watching some of my vlogs. So we definitely chopped it up, and he gave me some advice on women. You know what I'm saying? Which is, you know, acceptable in thy sight. You know, I accept that. I like that. So bro told me like he like older women. So that definitely stuck with me because one of my big bros when I was in high school literally told me that. He literally told me that. He was like, yo, bro, he was like, because it was a chick that at the time she was on me heavy and I was a little annoyed. And my big bro picked up on that. He like, yo, bro, he's like, it's cause she a young bro. I was like, call my bitch a young bro? Like, but then he was like, yeah, he's like, you need to mess with these older chicks. And I really ain't really give a fuck what he was talking about at that point in time. Because remind you, I'm some cocky bastard who, I mean, I'm in high school at the time. I've always had all age group women like me. So I didn't really hear him. Like I heard him, but I didn't really care. And so long story short, as I'm now 30 years old, I see it way more now. You know what I'm saying? But I think it is something to be said. Like when I was at ShopRite uh after the gym, like what, last week, I tried to pick up this woman that was 70, well, 64 or something like that. 65, I don't know, 67, 65, I don't know. 65, I think. I got her on Instagram. And yeah, she was like my grandkids in the car, everything. Appreciate that. Appreciate that. I've been told I look like I'm 21, 22. I appreciate that. Thank you. Thank you. Uh, but yeah, like, cause she was thick. She was thick, and I seen her as I'm walking through, cause I was going in there to get my yogurt and shit. When I walking through, I see her, and I'm like, damn, who this? And she's Spanish, so like to me, from the back, she looked like she was about 20. She looked like she was she could have been any age. I'm not even gonna lie to you. She could have been 24, 25. So like that's what I thought. And then when she turned around, I'm like, okay, she's probably like a little older than that. She's probably like 30. But she was like, she tried to hit me with that young, you probably my son age, this and that. I just stayed persistent. Like, and that's another thing, fellas, like, I don't think that I think it's a thin line between thirst and like persistency. But a guy with game never feels thirsty. That's the problem. Like he never feels thirsty because he already know I'm not really being thirsty. So it's like he don't have that problem. Like I just left the gym. Every woman had on leggings, and I didn't even probably approach one. And or it's been many days I don't approach any. I just go for my workout. So when I hit the grocery store, I'm ready to talk to somebody. You know what I'm saying? Pursue who you want to. What you mean? What he said about something being heated up. You gotta heat it up. You got to. Got to. You gotta heat it up. Uh, Naima be flirting with me. Naima, you need my Instagram, Naima. Uh, Last spring I got rejected, but he put a spell on me one night, so I was blinded. How he put a spell on you? Nah, that's some crazy shit. Oh, you saying like he put that game on you? So I can't. Let me see. I love leggings. Yeah, and I love a woman in some fucking leggings. And when we was growing up, what we call them, yoga pants. That's what they call, right? But yeah. Oh, what's the dresses that women used to be wearing all the time? I forgot the name of those dresses. But yeah, she's 70 something, I'm 60 something and wearing leggings. And yeah, but by the time I talked to her or had a conversation, I knew like, okay, yeah, she's a grandmother because it's just the way she talked, like, you know what I'm saying? When she told me, I was able to see it. But what's up, Ariana? How you doing? I think you've been in here before, haven't you? Yeah, and I don't know if my gym membership expired yet, but I think I want to go, but I just don't want to go all the way there and then it's expired. I'm gonna feel stupid. But I've been in the house for the last couple of days since it been snowing and shit. I never had an O like that in a while. I've been like I wait, hold on. Like I even asked to chill the next day. I'm not like that. Nothing but respect. Nothing but respect, man. That's another thing on this channel. We about to start talking about a lot of that. A lot of that. Because I think a lot of guys don't know what they fucking doing in the bedroom. So we gotta like with the help of you women, this should be very smooth selling. But I'm just saying, these guys, and that's another thing, bro. Think about it like this, bro. This is why I love the gym too. A lot of workouts convert. A lot of workouts convert to the bedroom. You know what I'm saying? A lot of hold on. all right, we got the white noise on because there's people around that's fucking annoying. But we had to mitigate that. And I still might go and to the gym. So that's gonna be very a relief because sometimes you're just not in the mood. You know what I'm saying? Like I made like the opener I made yesterday. How do you know you're in the mood versus under a spell? Like I believe that's a funny opener, but I wasn't in the mood to hit the gym earlier today, but now I might, and I'm in the mood to hit the store, the grocery store. So those things matter, bro. I got my white noise on. We've been live for about going on 4 hours. People just annoying me, man. Annoying. But we grind through it all. So got it in the bedroom, all like that. Like till the next day. Yeah, that's important. That's extremely important. That's why I worked out yesterday too. Like even in the midst of not being at the gym, I still felt like I had to continue to. It's called body game. Body game. That's a part of. Um, you could call it looks maxing or whatever, but body game to me is just important in general for as a man. Just like as a woman, like there's a lot of women that you'll probably walk right by, and then when they hit the gym for like 3 months to 9 months, you wouldn't walk right by them. You know what I'm saying? You would have to fucking stop and talk to them. So I had to really realize that for myself, like, because when I was younger, I used to work out. I used to do push-ups and shit. I used to play basketball, but that don't get you diesel. It just keeps you in shape to a degree. But I was always skinny, so. But yeah, as far as an orgasm though, a lot of guys ain't gonna be able to make a woman have an orgasm. No cap. Or they call it a O. Call it a O, like you said. All of that comes with knowledge. All of that comes with knowing what you're doing. And like we said earlier, the average guy is not seductive. The average guy is not attractive. And he's not even getting those interactions. He's not even making out, kissing. You're not doing a lot of that stuff. So he's damn sure not going to do that. You know what I'm saying? And the average guy doesn't even have sex to do that. He has sex just for his own selfish reasons. That's true. That's true. Because the word psycho emotional is a synonym for the word, I think, psychological. So I told guys earlier, don't let your environment drain you. That's the first thing women want to see when you approach their fucking ass. Like yo, just they're responding to the energy. So if your energy is drained, and you go up to talk to a woman, she's gonna feel that powerful or not powerful. That's where her brain is gonna go, powerful or not powerful. masculine or not masculine, seductive or not seductive, charming or not charming. And a lot of times you could be very regular, as the word I would use, meaning you're not doing all of those things. And then she will respond to you to see if you got it in you over a course of 6 sentences or something. You know, my advice to guys is to just, I believe in pickup lines. I believe in having canned lines because they work. I don't use them. I don't have a lot of them, but I'm definitely over this next year about that life because it is really nothing else but to do but to flirt all the time, right? I feel like personally as a man, it ain't really much else to do. In my conversational car, all you got is start the car, aka the conversation. You got physical touch, but you're not going to touch somebody you're not talking to. So you got to talk. Many things can't be unlocked or open without starting the car, driving off the lot, onto the first road of conversation, down that street. And we could call it the street of attraction. The first street is the attraction that we spoke about earlier. Even if I'm in the gym, I'm trying to drive down the street of attraction. And or the block of attraction, or whatever we want to frame that as. And if you look at pickup art, you got to hit 3 different phases of attraction. So that would be again on a time scale, that would be 30 minutes at the most, 30 minutes or less, but 30 minutes uh, is the average time. So guys are just, the problem I see with a lot of guys is they're trying to push too hard too soon. They're not, like you said, I go back to orgasm talk. Like they're trying to push too hard too soon. The road of chemistry, the chemistry road. I believe chemistry is already like woven into society. Does that make sense? I believe the reason why there is no chemistry is just people, men are not taught to journal. Men are taught to throw footballs. So when you don't know nothing about yourself, then chemistry will naturally fall short. Because when I journal, it reminds me of, like we talked earlier about the soul. So when I journal, I'm automatically connecting to my soul because I'm thinking about my past, my childhood, my memories. I'm thinking beyond the veil. You know what I'm saying? I'm thinking about shit that's bigger than life. So at that point, if I create pickup lines or conversational talking points or openers or gambits from that pot, it's gonna hit because it's either gonna hit or miss. Put it like that. And I guess that's the chemistry you're talking about. Because like if I open a conversation or say, I might not say this to a stranger, but a woman that I've been talking to for some time, if I say um, the shit I came up with yesterday, um, fuck, I forgot. Let me grab that real quick. I got it in the emails. And this is how you remember your stuff. You gotta save it, write it down, screenshot it, do something so you can go back to it because I just made this yesterday morning. Let me see. What's the difference between being under a spell and just being in the mood for something? Or the way ChatGPT cleaned it up and changed it. You know what he did. You know what he did. You know what he did. What happened? What I'm trying to basically say right now is through questions and or statements, chemistry should be already um, something that is a yes or no. And if that makes sense, I don't know if that makes sense. He said he wanted more. That's hilarious. I had to throw this mask on because ain't no telling what the day has in store. You know what I'm saying? And I'm gonna start donor, but I have to go now and pamper myself. LOL talk. I'll set the alarm on your channel. He was a neighbor. He lived upstairs, by the way.
You said he gave you an orgasm? You said he gave you an orgasm that broke your heart. Am I saying that right? You feel like women can't get an orgasm from like a guy that's like not a heartbreaker? Sex could blind you. Sex could blind you. A church guy. He got me. I made a video reacting to that girl. Remember I said, remember that video, my most viewed video? And the girl was saying, this could be your first baddie, but don't let her know she your first baddie type shit. Like, um, you talking about Coach Kyle? Nah, I did a reaction video. If you go on my channel and type most viewed video, if you go on my channel and click on the most click on popular, so to show you my most popular video of me reacting to that girl. She's actually from New York too, but like yeah, reacting to her, and she was saying that you know what I'm saying, like a lot of guys they signal to the woman one way or another that they don't got other women, and I forgot why I was bringing that up just now, but I forgot why I was bringing that up. But for the fellas out here, it's just important, bro. Like, don't do that shit. So if I could come up with one piece of advice to give guys, it would genuinely be to just get into more. My bad. Get into more interactions with women. That's it. Even if you gotta count how many interactions you're getting into, count that shit because it matters. Anything that matters, you need to count. Literally count it. 7 days of a week. So, and I'm talking real life IRL, in real life interactions. You know what I'm saying? Because that's all that matters to me. Like I can't even lie to you. Like, and that's why I feel like I'm better now because a lot of these women will sit in the text area if they feel like you're the type of guy that don't care. If you're the type of guy that don't have a life outside of talking to her, then she's not motivated to make shit happen because that's all it is motivation. She's got to be motivated, and that's what she's saying even about the orgasm. If they're not motivated, then it's not going to happen. You know what I'm saying? But the motivation is psychological, it's mental, it's her ability to be open to it. And that's another again, go back to the girl saying don't like like how do you show a woman that you don't have other women? How do you show that? I'll tell guys this, they don't know. They don't know at first. You feel me, Alicia? Like they don't know at first. You feel what I'm saying? They figure it out. If I mean that's okay. You know what I'm saying? Some women will see that you don't have other women and they will still like you and they will still fuck with you. But or they'll assume that it's momentary. Momentary. Like ain't no way this nigga not fucking. You know what I'm saying? But no matter which idea they have of you, it's not really nothing more than an imagination. So it becomes real when you do thirsty shit, in my opinion. Right? And it says a lot about that woman. What you mean? That she'll give you a chance? What does it say about her? By the way, what part of NYC are you from? BX? I still haven't got on my traveling stuff yet, but that's definitely coming. That's definitely in the works. So one of the openers I came up with yesterday is funny to me. It's self-amusing. It's simply saying, well, ChatGPT helped me put the icing on the cake, but it's is craving just socially acceptable possession? Now, I wouldn't say that to a girl in like I might say that to a girl in the gym. And the thing I think is thorough about what we call a opener is it's like a can opener. Like it's not supposed to be special. It's not supposed to be. It doesn't have to be the thoroughest thing in the world. It's a tool to get you into an interaction. Uh, so the question is craving just socially acceptable possession And then she might whatever she say and she laughs. What are you talking about? Possession or whatever she says back. And then you're like, because when people say they're in the mood, that sounds suspicious. So a great opener from what I've understood is a two-part opener, like I just did just now. Because the thing I like about a two-part opener is she might not respond to the first part the way you want, but she when you said by the time you say the second part, she'll be crazy to not respond. What paragraph? Was it a paragraph you left? It was something I seen that was like a long message up there. I didn't even get to read that. You said right in. You can tell how selfish just by performance, but it also is on us of what kind of relationship or what kind of settling for Rand willing settling for and willing to accept. And that's the thing though, like and this is my personal opinion. Like I don't know because I'm not a woman, but I don't think y'all could look at me and tell whether I can make y'all orgasm or not. Like I don't believe that y'all can do that. But like you said, after sleeping with somebody one time, then then yeah, you know what I'm saying? You don't only predict, but you know. But I don't believe beforehand. I mean, maybe the way a guy moves, but like I said, man, to, like I try to tell these guys, like women, I don't think they know because when I'm women make hypothesis like educated guess, like, but they don't know because they just don't know. You feel what I'm saying? Because you could look like you could fuck. You know what I'm saying? There's such thing. Where do you be going? So my whole objective with my conversational car is to not only open up conversations with women, because that would be pretty ignorant to just that's the only desire you got is to open up a conversation. No, we want to put the car on a street where the conversation is intriguing. That's what I want to do. So you got a busy life. How busy is your life? And see that question right there? How busy is your life? That I'm naturally curious about that. Yet at the simultaneously, it's not a bad question for you fellas to ask a woman. I really want to know that. See, and sometimes conversation flows naturally, and sometimes it don't. And I think that's the problem. Like, sometimes it's easy to ask a question, and sometimes it doesn't feel easy. But the thing that y'all want to remember with the conversational car is you got questions and you got statements. It's questions and statements. It's not too many different options outside of that. Obviously, it's a lot of other technical difficulties. Like it's a lot of other things that is in the I use the analogy of the car having a GPS, like that little TV looking thing under their stereo, the radio station. That kind of allows me to think about all the different types of conversation we can have, if that makes sense. It's all good, Alicia. Welcome back. She says, yes, I'd be mostly busy with college and stuff. Okay. Well, the first thing that comes into my head right now is what college do you go to? Uh, yeah, that's the first thing that comes into my head. It's like, again, like pretty simple question, but it's just a question. You feel what I'm saying? Uh, but yeah, I got a couple openers that is in my phone right now. Well, it's not my phone. I'm borrowing this phone right here, but it's in this phone right here. And I want to read these because my brain works like this: openers and segues. I lived in Charlotte, North Carolina. So you go where J. Cole is from. That's interesting. You said you're from Boston, but you live in NYC, right? So look, right now, what I'm talking about with women right now for you fellas is it's called logistics. Logistics. And what's funny to me is that last year I had a very studious talk with ChatGPT, and it told me the that it let well I knew like something was wrong, right? Because I would approach a lot of women, and then I would early on ask them like oh I live over here. You live in the area, you live close. But I knew something was wrong, right, with that shit. Damn, my hat ripping and shit. I knew something was wrong with that. And you know something's wrong with how you're talking to women because you're not getting to the date or to the bedroom. It's not, those two locations are restricted if you're not communicating correctly. But uh for my conversational car, the analogy was talking about logistics too early is like starting the car, driving off the parking lot, and then parking and pressing the gas and parking in the first driveway that you see. That's what you guys do when you're trying to say you just got a woman number, you're talking to her, and you're trying to establish logistics right then and there. To us, it makes sense, but to them, it feels rushed. So you don't want to do that um, with women that you just met, and that's why you never said what, that you're from New York. Yes, I'm from GA, but live in NC. Georgia, is that Georgia? Georgia. Yeah, I gotta travel. I gotta travel. I don't know much about Georgia. Um, yeah, I don't know too much. I think when I get to a certain point financially, I want to move to maybe Texas, maybe, or yeah, I think Houston, and there's only one reason for that. It's only one reason, and it's because Kevin Durant, my favorite basketball player, plays for the Houston Rockets now, and it's a lot of YouTubers in Houston, but that's not the reason why. But uh, if Kevin Durant didn't play for Houston, I wouldn't. I don't think I would move there. I literally thought of this like 2 days ago. I was like, Kevin Durant plays for Houston. I'm back watching basketball again, so it's very important. It's another activity that I'm I'm probably gonna bet money and do bets and stuff like that. So um, it's another thing added to the bucket list. Let me ask y'all women in here though. I think it's two of y'all in here. How y'all feel about a man having his friends over for the game? And, you know, say the Houston Rockets is playing the Knicks, and I have my friends over. And how y'all feel about that? If you were dating the guy and he had his friends come over, just Boston. I think Coyle Ray from Boston. I think Coyle Ray from Boston. I ain't gonna lie. The girl that I always talk about in Job Corps, I think she was from Massachusetts. I don't know if that's is that like in Boston, Mass, 4 hours from New York, I guess. Yeah, it's pretty close. I mean, pretty far, but pretty. It's not too far. It was just crazy, crazy, crazy. So if I start this vlog over, y'all gonna come back because I I don't know if I'm going to even leave, bro. I've been to Georgia, but I've been to Georgia. That heat got me sick. I think it's hot. Every ain't down south. Everywhere is hot. Texas, word. I'm cooking for y'all. Let y'all watch the game. All right, that's what I like to hear. I ain't gonna lie. That's definitely what I like to hear. What you cooking though? Whatever I tell you to cook, or you know, I eat a very strange diet. Like right now, Georgia is too hot for no reason. I was just talking earlier about how I love the sun, and the sun is like my everything. The sun literally feeds my soul, and that's it's crazy. On Instagram, they talk about how black people are the people of the sun and shit like that, and all the fruit has traces of the sun inside of it because one way or another is raised by the sun. But that's why when we eat that food, it gives us life. New York adjacent, New York adjacent. But I'm gonna try to move as soon as I can. So it's all good, man. One thing, that's another thing about the game. You gotta move, man. You gotta move. All great dating coaches will tell you that. Every great dating coach will tell you that if you really want to be good at this shit, go where it's good. When I was down south, when I was living in North Carolina, it was a lot of women. You about to go pamper yourself? It's what I'm eating right now myself. Some honey, bananas, some dates. I ain't get to go to the store. I mean, I still could leave, but I don't know if I'm gonna do it. I gotta get some more fruit. Then I'm running out of honey. I don't got no more grapes really. It's real out here right now. I don't know. Yeah, we'll eat something vegan. I was gonna say I don't know about a salad, hmm, but that ain't too bad either. Type of avocado. Listen, I used to have a vegetarian cookbook. I don't know where it's at right now. A vegetarian cookbook, man. That's what I'm interested in. A woman who she gotta naturally have that Jones in her bones. I don't want to have to put a metaphorical gun to her head. Hey, cook these Brussels sprouts. I don't want to have to do that. If I gotta turn you to a vegan, you're not a vegan. Yeah, it's turning back to warm outside. It's coming, and I'm not even like I can't wait, but at the same time, I'm like I'm patiently waiting because a lot of people wait for the summer, then it get hot. They be like, it's too hot. And that's dope. A garden cookbook for my stream in March. You stream on YouTube. I think I've uh I've seen you do stream on YouTube. I'm gardening this year. So how do you garden? What's the first step you tell anybody? I live in an apartment building right now, so I probably should use TikTok Shop this year for the second time. TikTok Shop got everything, bro. That shit crazy. It looks good. I'd say interesting. Yeah, I think I'm. Listen, I'm in this very, very strange place right now. Somewhere in between the vegetarian, fruitarian journey, and somewhere between still trying to scientifically figure out what the real diet of humans are. It's a lot of talk in these streets, and it scares me because it's got me thinking like that humans might really have a diet that we weren't taught to have. It's like, what do rich people eat? When's the last time you seen a rich person at Whole Foods? Somebody will say to themselves, I'm sure certain people who I walk past at Whole Foods have big bank accounts. I said a rich person. I'm not talking about Rick Ross. I'm talking about rich. Oh yeah, the porch definitely a good option. Window sills, porches. Oh, you grow the weed. I'll grow some herbal blend. You know what I'm saying? Maybe not marijuana. Nothing with THC in it. You know what I'm saying? But some Damiana. My roommate down south had a lot of that. Yeah, herbal blend. I feel like I was high, man. Dark Forest honey still getting me right. You gotta eat this with a banana. That shit, like just now, that shit was just fire. You know what I'm saying? Yeah. I damn near don't got nothing left. Nothing left but quinoa. I think I got some sardines though. What y'all know about sardines? I don't. Listen. I tried. I went to farmers market. I think it was at the beginning of this month, and I got some sardines. I got like 6 things of sardines, and these are pretty popular. If you type it in on YouTube, a lot of people know about sardines. But um, you was talking about Dr. Sebi last time too. Yeah, I know who that is. I know almost everybody in the YouTube or online when they come to like the. Now I follow a lot of other people too. I don't really follow his sons, his daughters, and his wives and people like that, but I follow a lot of other people. A lot of like random people who I could tell they really about that life, you know what I'm saying? And you know somebody really about that life because they're always talking about it. And one way I know somebody really about that vegan life is or healthy shit is yeah, they just always talking about it. That's rule number one. They're always talking about it. Uh, I resonate with the fruit eaters. If you eat a lot of fruit, apples, oranges, peaches, bananas, uh, papaya, all that type of shit. That's how my body reacts well to those type of things. Hydration type of stuff, it reacts good to that. Um, like out of everything I just ate right now, the honey and the banana felt the most alkalizing. It felt the most good. Yeah, sardines. Listen, sardines. They're not nasty, but they're not really good. It's just strange. It's strange, but I feel like they're disgusting because I be feeling like it's worms in that shit. So that's where I'd be like, nah. And then I try to put them inside of a pan and cook them. And in my opinion, that don't make them taste better or worse, which is weird. Like I like fried fish, I like cooked fish, but this is not just any old type of fish. And then these are bottom feeder fish. So it does make me feel concerned sometimes with that type of shit. But I don't know. Like I got quinoa left and I got sardines. If I was to put the sardines over the quinoa, that would actually be a pretty good protein meal. But I just feel like that shit is disgusting sometimes too. Like it's good. I feel like I got the type of mind. Like I think like a jail nigga. Like I could eat anything for real. But I don't. I would rather not. Like a person in jail would rather eat at Texas Roadhouse, but they still gonna be like, yo, this shit actually fire right now. I kind of like it depends on the mood. It goes back to that word. That's why I say is are you possessed when you eat when you have a mood for something? Are you really possessed? Like people say sex ruins lives and shit. Well, you were in the mood, motherfucker. So imagine trying to argue with a mood. Like you people usually don't. That's the problem. You can't argue with a mood. If I feel like jerking off, then and I told myself I'm gonna be on semen retention, then why today it feels harder than yesterday? I mean, I didn't even think about it yesterday. Or like we said, you know what I'm saying? Or like sardines, like you said, like I might be thinking about the worms. I might be thinking about like all the weird shit associated. But then a certain day, I think about all of the good stuff, the vitamins that come with that and all of that stuff. So the question becomes, is it a spell? Is it a possession? Or are you just in the mood for sardines? Do you always look at ingredients? I do. What you mean? I eat a lot of fruit, so I don't really have ingredients. Fruit is literally 80% of my diet. Quinoa is a fruit. It's a grain, but it's a fruit grain. It's like a grain that's a fruit. Yogurt has no ingredients except for yogurt. I don't really eat stuff unless it's just what it is. Unless it's not what it is, and then they're lying. But that's different. But I don't really. I fast and I fruit and I try to breathe correctly. I focus on those three things, and then protein. Like though we already know that come from a laboratory, so I don't even question that. You know what I'm saying? So long story short, I don't like food that has ingredients because I'm like, what the fuck are they trying to tell me? They're telling you it got gum in it, some type of gum or something. So yeah, I don't think I usually do fall for that because I think that's like, if anything, that would be something my mom had used to buy a lot of Pop Tarts and waffles, and she's the one with the ingredient stuff. So I don't. At 30 years old, I like nah, I can't do it because you feel it's not only like the ingredient is there, the red flag. Your body is going to red flag you afterwards. So I feel like that's the bare minimum we could do is just try to like do that. And then, like you said, if you could make a friend that is a farmer, or if you could start a garden, that's like level number two. You know what I'm saying? So if you're on that level, you really good. And only shop at places that like even when I go to farmers market, there's probably some stuff in there, like you said, sardines, whatever. There's some stuff in there that probably got some like oil or some weird shit going on, but look at how stuff makes you feel afterwards. That's what tells me what's going on. How do I feel after I eat that? And when I eat rice, when I eat certain fishes and stuff, it make me feel low vibrational. Yeah, I might be getting my macros and my micros. Yeah, I might be getting some protein, but I could have got that with yogurt. I could have got that with hemp seeds. I could have got that with other things. So I don't. I think people just my standard is: am I taking a number one and a number two daily? If not, I ate something wrong. Because nothing you should eat should block you. As soon as it block you, then you did something wrong. Everything like the back of toothpaste. I don't just use any type of toothpaste. I use like certain types. Um, but there's times where I run out and then I might use some regular shit, or a bottle of energy juice. Energy juice. Energy juice. What's energy juice? I drink two smoothies a day. So I make juice. It was a couple days this last week where I'm like, what am I going to drink? That's a big concern sometimes because, yeah, farmers market, Trader Joe's, anywhere I could go with yogurt. Listen, there's a middle ground to all of this, right? I usually don't shop in Walmart, Target, ShopRite, um, or Stop and Shop. But as of lately, I found that yogurt is cross contextual. You know what I'm saying? When it comes to yogurt, I don't discriminate too much. Um, it's not the place; it's the person in the place. You know what I'm saying? You could go to Walmart is a low vibrational store. I don't care what nobody say, and I got my own personal reasons for that. But I found that for myself. But Target, a little bit more high vibrational, but still. But with Target, you could get creatines or protein powders. In Target, you could eat some of the fruit. Some of the fruit that I found in Target has been like there was one time when I would go to Target and I would buy some pineapples, in that little carton, and it was all right. You know, I felt like like I said, I'm a good judge with this because I go based off how my frequency feel after I eat that shit. I got farmers numbers, well, their cards. And that's another thing. If there's a woman on Facebook Marketplace, there is one resource that I got for what you're talking about right now. And I did talk to her about like some eggs, and this was like last year. I never went and picked them up because I didn't have the money at the time, so I didn't even go. Didn't even have a car. Didn't have no transportation, so I would have had to basically get a ride and do all of that shit. So I was like, "Fuck it, I'll let somebody else get them fucking eggs." And then on top of that, y'all know I don't even eat a lot of this shit that's gonna lower my vibration. So, but long story short, it's people out here, man. Facebook, uh, Facebook apps and shit. I mean, Facebook groups and shit. I use toothpaste from China. It's good. It has sparkles in it too. I think I seen that one. I literally think I got that in my cart on TikTok. Yeah, I had that in my cart for some time. I think that's good. I think that's makes your teeth hella white. But my TikTok, like TikTok shop, you can get damn near anything for real. Yeah, I don't know how I'm feeling right now. I ain't gonna lie, cause the main thing I got last time I went to farmers market, which was probably like 4 or 5 days ago, was purple grapes, dark purple grapes, and I got like 3 bags, and I just ran out like yesterday. And I think that shit, that right there is my main thing I put in my smoothies. I just ran out of dates, just ran out of bananas. It's fucking honey, man. I really gotta go. I love this combo though. All right, Alicia, I think you said you follow me on the gram, right? What's good, loaded? One thing that's always cheap that you can always get is bananas. Bananas are not gonna. It depends. Bananas ain't gonna last you, but it ain't really gonna like. I don't know, man. You loaded. What that mean? That mean high? See, if I go all the way to the gym and they tell me your membership is not active right now, I'm gonna feel some type of way. And it get a little chilly at night, so that's the issue. That's the issue. I'm about to hop off here myself, though. I don't know how I feel right now.